the comments later in the same conference.
Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be
Well, I think you can say both. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of building a new country. But they have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications. And they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further. And we're going to go further.
I don't exactly know what that means, but let me give you some numbers here. Because this does put this in context. And I do think an important takeaway, everyone always compares things to Iraq. Iraq is an outlier in many ways, kind of like Vietnam was. That's why people reference it so much. That's why the left loves to draw your attention to those examples. Canada, Panama, right? Korea, first Iraq. Right. Yeah. That's actually a very stark contrast. Good point. This has taught us what this should look like. In other words, for how long do you keep pointing to a relative outlier when you're living more examples of what is the rule rather than the exception, like the first strike in Iran, like Venezuela, like what is going on now, like what I think we may see with Cuba. I think we may actually see a negotiation. I don't even think there's going to be a bomb dropped or any type of military action. We'll probably keep abreast of that. There might be something happening today. So let's look at this. This is what this looks like when you say, okay, if we are going to go, then we're going to go. And I think this is important. Donald Trump absolutely is an overall anti-war president, meaning he prefers negotiation. That's his specialty. He wrote a book on it. Turns out he's really good at it. And it could just be, obviously, credit to his team of people.
Why the fuck is this not working?
I think, people have started visiting churches in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death. There's been more openness to looking into the Bible, to looking into faith. And so I feel like if there's someone around you that you trust as a person of faith, tell them you're searching or show up at a service somewhere. I promise you a church will be welcoming and want to help you answer your questions. And gosh, so much of what the world tells us to chase, likes and clicks and Instagram fame and all of these things, it definitely can give you a high. I think we're all guilty of chasing that sometimes, but it's never going to give you the peace that you're really after. So I would say keep searching and, be open to finding that place where God is going to fill that void for you.
And that opens the door, Shannon, to
Part 3 of your book, Joshua's Obedience, staying an optimist in a pessimist world. What you're just talking about, and not just young people, all across the world, and with even access to more media, not just social media.
Why is this not working?
Media in some form, in some fashion. I mean, if you look at it in some ways, it's a pessimistic world.
Get some rest.
Joshua is definitely one of the stories that focuses on that. Elijah is a good one that's also included in Nothing's Impossible with God, because for both of them, they ran into situations where people were either, discouraging what they believed and what God had called them to move forward in, or they were exhausted by the mission and the journey and just looking around and thinking, especially in Elijah's case, I mean, he was somebody who was a bold prophet. God had asked him to do some really scary things, and he showed up and did them. But even he had downtime where he felt like, gosh, I'm alone in this fight. It's me against this entire culture. And he dealt with loneliness. I think that's something very common for people of all ages now, and discouragement.
Yes and no. Yeah, I get it.
Where he was. He provided the food that he needed, the water he needed. But he also said to him, you're not alone. That self-talk kind of that you're giving yourself, that you're alone in this battle, it's just not true. I'm here. And there are thousands of others who believe the way you do, that are fighting for the same things, and just be encouraged that they're there too.
The book is Nothing is Impossible with God, available today. 11 Heroes, One God, Endless Lessons in Overcoming. And my colleague at Fox News, the host of Fox News Sunday, the anchor, and a New York Times bestselling author, and a best-selling faith author, Shannon Green. It's way too early in the week to do what we always do to you on one of the shows, which is what's coming up on Fox News Sunday. So I'll let you off the hook on that one. We've got such a busy news cycle.
Yeah, and I think the big stories are still going to carry into the weekend, obviously the conflict in Iran. But, as a D.C. person, I'm still tracking this partial government shutdown and asking lawmakers every week, what are you doing to get it done? Because it's starting to show up at TSA and other places where, we ask thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of federal employees to miss paychecks, and really Washington should do better by them.
Absolutely agree. Shannon, always great. And I am biased. I'm also biased.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Shannon.
How's this?
866-95-Patriot.
Strap.
287. The book's available wherever books are sold. Available today, March 10th. Let's see here. Mike in Tennessee. Go ahead, Mike.
Hello, Dave. Hey, I was thinking about, why do the Democrats and liberals only target women?
Oh, that's cool.
The name changes. Actually,
If you get receipts too, there's another one too that my wife uses, where she just literally just takes a picture of receipts that we on purchases. She ends up getting like Amazon gift cards and shit out of it. I don't know which one it is. She's pretty persistent with it. She yells at me if I tell them at the counter, "Hey, I don't need a receipt."
Nor do I think that I am superior in my thinking.
Fetch, yep, that's it.
If you aren't usable or abusable, it's really not abusive, then you serve no purpose to them, or at least less purpose.
That be it.
So it's time for them to say, because of this is what Mike needs to do. And if you don't do it, Mike, well, there's some history.
That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Again, it's a good point. What about all the men? And there are a lot of men, black name changes for whatever reason. Family names are added, whatever the case may be. They don't care about it because there's not enough mics to go through.
All right, well, good talk to you, Dave.
Come on, people.
All right, same here. Appreciate the time.
Fucking truck. Doing 10 under the speed limit.
Bottom of the hour, EJ and Tony's coming up.
Trucker ahead of us.
America on the index.
It's a little bit windy, but geez, man.
Patriot 957.
We're doing 62 and a 70.
Okay, can I go back to the New York teenagers now? Just happen to find a couple of. I disagree with pretty much all of them.
And I think the Crown Prince has taken Saudi Arabia in a completely different direction in a good way. But here's what I want to say to Saudi Arabia tonight. I'm willing to do a mutual defense agreement with your country to give you protection in perpetuity. Under the agreement I've been pushing, and I hope we can continue to talk about.
How's it going?
We would go to war to Saudi Arabia. Our embassy was hid in Riyadh. Do you not have an obligation to join the fight with us? You've yet to do that. So if you do not believe the American embassy being attacked in Riyadh would trigger mutual self-defense, maybe we should do a treaty with you.
Yeah, we're running. So it's a quick drive out to where I'm heading. It's like a half hour from now.
You have the authority to do that.
Got a meeting ADT out there. They're gonna be installing some door sensors to the back of our facility. I'm gonna be working on some laptops, so I'm gonna keep you guys up and going. It may disconnect when I go from the car to the. Well, it's going to disconnect because I'm gonna bring you guys back up on the laptop. So.
Absolutely not. They've had some missteps. They do some things that I don't like. I will be with Israel till my dying.
It'll only be temporary.
Till the day I die. I don't think he's familiar with that, but yes. Yeah. Why? Shouldn't you be with America till the day you die? This is the problem. That it's not anti-Semitic for people saying, I'm tired of that rhetoric. This seems like someone has an ulterior motive. You should be with Israel where they serve the interests of the United States. And whenever that ceases to be the case, you point it out. This is the kind of rhetoric that makes people think, and it seems, frankly, to me, like Israel is a greater priority to someone like Lindsey Graham than the United States, especially in contrast to Donald Trump. Let's contrast that. Israel's the greatest ally we could ever hope for. Donald Trump saying, stop bombing the oil sites, you Jews.
That's not the first thing he said. You remember, they don't know what the F they're doing.
They don't know what the F they're doing. I think that they're the best. They're the best among us. I love their hats.
They make me look big.
So, look, this is the thing. I get it. When you have people who blame the Jews for all of the ills of the world, that's a problem. But to deny the valid criticism and skepticism of someone like a Lindsey Graham, especially as it is in diametric opposition to the approach that this president has taken. Lindsey Graham, shut up. This has been You're Not Helping. Hey, since we're doing that, time for another PSA.
The best time to drink your tea skinny is 15 minutes after you wake up and before breakfast, because you want to boost your metabolism right away.
Yeah, that actually, by the way, that was a fitness trend. They were, I believe they lost a case with the FTC for like 15. It was just laxatives, to be clear. So don't fall for all the influencer fitness trends out there. There's always a new one. It could be a fitness belt. It could be some kind of detox tea. That's why it's the only company that I've agreed outside of this show, Foundation. It's a multivitamin supplement. You can go to foundationdaily.com. It includes clinically effective doses of clinically effective ingredients, namely turmeric, curcumin, and garlic to help with your lipids, to help with inflammation. If you want to actually get all of these, well, everything that's in here, you have to buy all of these to get what's in this. It's the best multivitamin on earth. Also, complete transparency with the label, good manufacturing practices, FDA registered facility, and you get certificates of analysis and lab tests available upon request. If you eat a perfect diet, you don't have any aches and pains, the cholesterol is great, you probably don't need it. If you want the best multivitamin supplement out there that isn't promising you the panacea for all your ills, like laxative tea, then go to foundationdaily.com. It costs you about $150 a month, or you can give subscribers save 40% for life. We're really proud of it, and let me know if it's helped a lot of people. Gerald is
what did you use the ingredients? That's not what the price is on this. You get 40% off of a much lower price.
No, exactly. It would be this would be $150 a month, because you need a multivitamin, you need turmeric, you need curcumin, you get garlic.
I think.
And not everyone needs that.
I think Eggsy's doing his volunteer time.
You're young and spry. You don't.
It's Tuesday, so
it
yeah.
makes a big difference. So you get 40% off. It's significantly less than what you would That's what I've been using. These are the only phones out there. Along with Crazy, I've been using for a very long time. And Josh, what are you doing, sir?
Drinking tea.
Is that? Did you hear anything that I was just talking about?
No. I got to try to lose some weight. I got this tea going.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we were discussing. All right. We'll deal with that later. You can take the camera off.
Yeah.
FoundationDaily.com. Okay. Put the tea down. He's still drinking. It's not. All right.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's a different kind of show.
It's a real product.
Don't worry, it happens to lots of third shares. All right, that's a bit. FoundationDaily.com. This is, not a pet product. I just hate the influencer trends out there.
That's how this started. This started out of spite.
Yes, it did start out of spite. Well, also because you were like, look, you turned down so much money. I'm not going to run any of these someone companies. Like, make your own bullcrap. I was like, fine, I will.
You did it. It was like,
and then I went to a company.
Dirty
and I was like, I bet you they won't make this because it's going to be too expensive for them to make, and it's going to be a lower profit margin. And we found a company. I was like, you bullshit. You will. We're glad that that's that. Also, we will be talking about fake influencers and fake fitness when we talk about War Machine.
oh, come on.
And that actor who's all natural.
Yeah, that guy.
Clean living and hair plugs and fake tan.
Jack Reacher.
And dental implants.
What'd you call me?
All right, let's save it because we have a lot. We have a lot for War Machine. And by the way, of course, Josh was an Army Ranger for quite a long time, so he has some insight as well on that. Islam. Look, let's get to this. Let me give you a roadmap here. You can check the references just in case you're is this worth my time? Islam is a problem for any Western nation. Okay? I don't think that it will ever be compatible with the United States of America, certainly not our Constitution, and certainly not the values that most Americans actually hold near and dear to their hearts in this country. And I know people say you can't have a litmus test, but we're kind of getting close to that point because after what happened in New York, the day before yesterday, I believe it was happened this weekend, and Mamdani's response, and you see the left grooming, coaching, trying to desensitize the public, whitewashing. It's important for you to know that this is not the first time this has happened. And I don't mean international terrorism. I mean domestic, so-called westernized Muslims who are a ticking time bomb. Take someone who comes to this country and seems to be compatible with your values, and if they are a practicing Islamic who follows the Quran, just add time. And eventually, I believe you're going to have a problem. It may not be IEDs, may not be honor killings, it may manifest itself in some other way. It doesn't have to get to that, but we see a lot of those too. Let's be honest, Islam is simply incompatible with America.
What the fuck is this guy doing? Does not know how fast he wants to go.
Okay, so this is the current story. You know about this. Two Islamists who are legally in the United States, which is why my only grievance, I should say, my grievances aren't limited to illegal immigration. They include legal immigration as well, including H-1Bs and people who come from countries who don't share our values and advocate that their citizens overthrow them. So two Islamists on Saturday drove from Pennsylvania to New York City and attempted to kill a lot of people with IEDs, culminating in because of this liberal protester. They're defending Islam as the bomb went over his shoulder, culminating in what should be Time's moment of the year.
Man, look at that. Gas is down to $2.97.
To go to say record scratch, it is at that moment that I realized
Everybody was freaking out over the weekend.
That guy is going to welcome his invaders. Here is another angle for people to listen.
We want everyone here to stay in your life. You don't get to come from outside.
It's like, where's lesbian Waldo?
people running towards the bomb. Good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. That could be your last shot.
And this brings us to the conditioning, the whitewashing, the sanitizing. This matters because it's an ongoing war. Something like this happens, which, by the way, is entirely within the bounds of expectations. And then Mamdani, mayor of New York, and New York deserves what they get at this point in time, if they're okay with this. He started his press conference condemning white supremacy because Jake Lang was there, right? That's who's involved with the protests. People were protesting Islamic encroachment, and that's why the bomb was thrown for people having the gall to insinuate that it wasn't peaceful.
To prove they're peaceful.
Yes, exactly. So Mamdani decided to call out the bigotry, the supremacy, but not in the way you think, in a false way, and then never mention the Islamic motive.
This was a violent protest rooted in white supremacy entitled Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City. I'm the first Muslim mayor of our city. Anti-Muslim bigotry is nothing new to me, nor is it anything new for the 1 million or so Muslim New Yorkers who know this city as our home. Let me also be clear about something else. New York City will never tolerate violence, whether from protests or counter-protests. Many of the counter-protesters met this display of bigotry peacefully, with a vision of a city that is welcoming to all. But a few did not.
I think that's the one you're using.
Amir Balat and Ibrahim Qayyumi traveled from Pennsylvania and attempted to bring violence to New York City. They are suspected of coming here to commit an act of terrorism.
Why? What was their motivation? If you were to listen to that, you would think that the anti-Islam protests were violent. They weren't. So he falsely attributes it to white supremacy.
I thought you said it was
protest against.
Is Fetch the one you're using?
Then doesn't attribute a codified ideological religious motive.
I don't know. I'll have to ask her. Actually, let me just message her.
We're not sure yet what it was. Right. It could have been just a fun prank.
Yeah,
Shoot her a message. See if she replies before. She's with a client. She won't reply.
That is not by accident, to be clear. And you know what that leads to? It doesn't just lead to sewing circles and drum circles and people saying we're all the same man and Palestine flags next to LGBTQ flags, rainbow flags, the Gestapo flag, whatever you want to call it, which defies reason. It leads to us letting our guard down. So, for example, now can you imagine a sane world in which this cop who pursues him does not simply blow him away as he tries to run into a crowd of people? Because that's the world we're living in now in New York City. Lights it, jumps it, then he gets chased. Now, obviously, hey, hats off to the police officers for being brave. He lit something. He's somewhere right now that is not as he's running toward a crowd of people. Bang, 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 bang. Ask questions later.
Did anybody even draw
their weapons? Not that I saw.
See in that video.
I think it's hard because nowadays they have to like take precaution. People they're throwing fireworks, they're throwing M80s or little firecrackers and stuff at protests all the time.
Yeah,
and they're seeing it all the time. So that's I would assume that's what he. Not sure, but I don't think that they can.
Yeah, no,
is the problem. I think that I don't think it's an issue of the officer's decision. I think it might be more of an issue of, I'm going to lose my job, my pension, everything if I shoot this kid.
Now imagine if they were social reformers. That's Mamdani's America, the Islamic view of America. And just to be clear, the Islamic view of America, it only serves the purpose of the United States being subservient to Islam. That's what they are called to do to non-Muslims. Now, not all Muslims do it. Sometimes they get here and they go, oh, Wrangler jeans, that's kind of nice. But that's what they're called to do. Let me give you some info.
Some Levi's.
Yeah, Lois. You're just naming good jeans. Naming 80s jeans brands. Ibrahim Qayyumi and Amir Balat.
She's getting ready to answer me now.
They admitted to being inspired by ISIS. They both recently traveled to Turkey and other terror training hotspots. Both have parents who were recently naturalized from Turkey or Afghanistan, and both lived in nice suburban areas of Pennsylvania. One lived in a $2.25 million, 5,800 square foot home. The point is, if the nice things here in the United States, if they came here and they saw how great it was, if that
There it
works,
is, Fetch, yeah.
these people would
Yeah, it's Fetch.
take those who are westernized, domesticated, whatever term you want to use. And if at some point,
This fucking idiot fucking wasted the last fucking minute to get over.
To follow its prescription, you're going to end up with something like this, or maybe milder. Maybe just beating the hell out of their women. Maybe opening up courts outside of our American legal system. Also, let's go to CNN. Describe the teenagers in a way. This is probably the worst example of media malpractice. They wrote, 2 Pennsylvania teenagers crossed into New York City Saturday morning for what could have been a normal day, enjoying the city during abnormally warm weather. What is this? It seems like it's a style guide. Well, good thing they had their walking shoes. But in less than an hour, their lives would drastically change as the pair would be arrested for throwing homemade bombs during an anti-Muslim protest outside of Mayor Zohran Mamdani's home. Here's what we know so far. Well, it's tough to know because they just deleted the post. That happened this morning.
Listen to this.
Their lives would be changed forever. Do you mean they threw a bomb at Americans and they were lucky to not be shot? I would call that a tragedy that they weren't shot. Is that their lives would be changed forever? If you ever wondered, if you had any doubt as to the fact that the left, they use accountability. They don't view accountability as a value. We do as conservatives. They view it as a political tool. They apply it selectively, and they use it.
This guy's a fucking idiot here. Wait until the last minute to get over.
They want a person protesting Islam to be held.
Yes, radical Islamists tried throwing bomb in New York City would have been a very appropriate headline. Yeah, you're not trying to like strike fear into people's hearts. You're describing the situation, because if it had been a white kid that had gone in to shoot up a black neighborhood, you would have said white person trying to shoot up black people. Right? It's a much better descriptor of what's actually happening. Just say it, because it's on. It's the irony is just so beyond parody at this point.
I love that description, though. I think we did with other events, What should have been a nice, calm Oklahoma day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Changed one man's life forever after he entered a building and played with a bunch of horses.
Right. Well, he just wrote Left Band next to it. So.
Only then, Mr. Dahmer aided me.
I'm gonna check out Upside.
After which he
If you already have Fetch, because she's trying to send you a referral.
Never said gastrointestinal discomfort. You don't hate the media in the United States enough. And thank God they're becoming less relevant. By the way, a bunch of politicians and other media outlets reported the incident as rooted in racism. Here's the thing. They're so inflexible. They are going to go extinct because it's not the strongest creature that survives. It's the one who can adapt most effectively. And they're not able to. They're still using the same old tired talk.
By the way, really quickly, Dan Bongino rated us, but somebody else as well, CMS, rated us. I've never heard of
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
I appreciate it. Let me give you some other examples, because some of you may be new to this party, and I've been following this for a long time. It's one of the primary reasons that I chose to speak out. I was banned from colleges as a stand-up comic for having jokes about that. That was my first experience with any cancel culture. Going back to 2005, maybe 2006, for decades. Let's not use the big terrorist attacks, the big bombings. Let's just use examples of people who seemingly were westernized, who seemingly were compatible with our way of life, who at some point broke bad and became terrorists. Here's the first one, the Mississauga honor killing, for those of you who don't remember.
The pictures show Axa Pervez mugging for the camera, wearing the latest fashions, hanging out with friends, typical teenager stuff. Typical, yet it so enraged her father Mohammed Pervez that he and her brother Waxa Pervez strangled her to death. Today they were formally sentenced to life in prison. The murder was seen as an honor killing. Pakistani immigrants' shame over his daughter's rejection of both traditional Muslim values and his control over her life.
Even there, it was seen as, no, it is.
Yes.
He was viewed as a serial killer. He killed 12 people. In a sequence, in a serialized order. I guess he's a serial killer. Whoa, tomato, tomato.
Some people called it an honor killing. That person being the one who did it.
Yeah, exactly.
They're getting raped repeatedly in prison.
Some people call it an honor killing, he exclaimed. Now, let's go. London honor killing. By the way, all references available, particularly in the description. This was 2003. An Iraqi, his name was Mushtaq Ahmad, killed an Albanian man who he thought his daughter wanted to marry. Wow, so he was good. He was happy here. He liked the running water. He liked their electricity. He liked toilet paper. That was foreign to him. All that was great. Raisin Bran Crunch, pretty good. But, she wants to marry an Albanian. Nope. Islam got to Islam. The Texas honor killing was in 2008. This was Egyptian-born Yasser Said killed 2 daughters after one of them dated a non-Muslim. Think about that. This is a big one, too. This one was in Buffalo, and this one always sticks out to me. Muzamil Mo Hassan. This guy ran Bridges TV, which was a station, affiliate, whatever you want to call it. It was created to counter anti-Muslim stereotypes in the West. So he was basically an ambassador, a spokesperson. Hey, guys, come on, we're just like you. Well, then he stabbed his wife 40 times and beheaded her after he was served divorce papers.
Almost like in Orchard Park near Buffalo say the crime was the worst they have ever seen. They found the decapitated body of Asiya Hassan at Bridges TV, the station she and her husband, Muzamil Hassan, founded 5 years ago. It's been charged with murder and is being held without bond. Muzamil Hassan came to the United States from Pakistan 25 years ago and became a successful banker. Asiya was also a professional from Pakistan. The couple had 2 young children.
The example. The propagandists themselves were just like you. Kingston, Ontario is another one. This man, Muhammad Shafia, he killed, I'm trying to think, his wife, I believe with his second wife, and his son. Actually, I believe that we have a clip.
But they do believe that in a premeditated fashion, that his father, mother, and brother, cold-heartedly, chillingly, laid out a plan to murder these 3 teenage girls. And remember, one of them was just 13 years old, and murder the woman who they felt was perhaps persuading them behind the scenes or advocating for their freedom within the household. And they also thought that she would be a problem, so that's why they murdered her.
Yeah. And by the way, the justification for the murders of the daughters, they were described as too westernized.
Anti-Semitism?
Think about that for a second. They were too westernized. Did you notice a trend? Oh, she wanted to date an Albanian. Oh, she wanted to date someone who her dad didn't want her to. Which, by the way, is bad advice. I understand your parents are probably going to look out for you. You probably want to date someone who shares your same values. The murder is where I have a problem, though, and we kind of should in the rest of the Western world. Yes, Noodles?
I was going to say, so his biggest issue was they were too much like the place that he moved his family to?
Yes, exactly. No, they want to move. They want to come here and take advantage of our services. This is the difference between a pre-welfare and a post-welfare state. You can look at the stats. As far as native-born Americans, those who receive government benefits, whether it's welfare, whether it's housing, whether it's cash, whether it's EBT, even legal immigrants receive a much higher rate. And then illegal immigrants. If you are born here in the United States, you are far less likely to receive these benefits. They want benefits, but they don't want their daughters to be able to, go out without a head covering, in which case Islam is going to Islam. Remember the attempted honor killing in Washington? This was from 2024.
Body camera video shows the chaos after prosecutors say Ihsan Ali tried to strangle his 17-year-old daughter in a possible honor killing outside Timberline High School last October. Prosecutors allege Ali threatened his daughter with a so-called honor killing for refusing to travel to Iraq for an arranged marriage to an older man.
Should have been shot.
Feminists, where are you?
They defended him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Most likely.
And this isn't just going on in the United States. Check out the references. And if you want more, we stream every weekday, 11 a.m. Eastern. You have these honor killings going on in Australia, in Italy, in France, Netherlands, Germany. And here's the thing. For those on the left, feminists, they will condemn Western patriarchy. Right? They will condemn that as, well, Christianity is oppressive of women. And to be clear, what they view as oppression, I do support. What I mean by that is the Christian worldview that men and women are different and that we have different roles in society and in the household. You may not like that, but that has been the view, by the way, to varying degrees, of pretty much all successful societies since the beginning of time. The difference between Christianity and Islam is we don't kill women over let's say, their preference. For example, there's nothing in the Bible that would say, hey, if your daughter wants to marry an Albanian man who's, let's say, a Christian, but of a different race, that you get to kill her. Let's point to the examples here. Let's look at the examples that leftists will point to, feminists, enlisting their primary grievances with Christianity. Contrast that with the Quran, of which they want us to be accepting. Ephesians 5:22-24. Wives, submit to your own husbands as to the Lord, for the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, his body, and is himself its Savior. Now, as the church submits to Christ, so also wives should submit everything to their husbands. The most severe examples would be that women are not supposed to speak in church. They're supposed to consult with men. They're supposed to go through a system of authority just because they don't want chaos. Right? We don't serve a God of chaos. You may not like it, but that is the Christian worldview. Let's compare that. That's impermissible to the left. Let's compare that with the Quran. This is from Surah An-Nisa. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them, then if they persist, forsake them in bed, and finally strike them lightly. But if they obey you, seek no means against them. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted and grand. And they regularly, by the way, depending on if you go through hadith, depending where you, like, it's like, yeah, if your bitch goes to, you just kill her.
Well, you take it as kind of a whole, like you look at women as purely property. Right. So there was two examples that we gave here. The station owner stabbed his wife 40 times and beheaded her because she filed for divorce. The other one killed his ex-wife and daughters
with his new wife
because they were being too westernized. You could see the juxtaposition there of how they view this. Men, do whatever the hell you want. Women, you can't do anything you want. And if you try to, 40 stabbings and head be gone. Right. That's the kind of mentality. And honor killings are not, exclusive to Islamic culture, but they are adopted widely by Islamic culture.
Yeah.
So you can't tell me, like, that'd be like Christians saying, yeah, honor killings are totally cool. Goes completely against the scripture, though. Yeah, but it's fine.
Yeah. No, the Christian worldview is, you read it, it's very clearly about protecting women from the world, protecting women from the evils of the world. And that comes with authority. That comes with hierarchy. We can have this conversation, and I will. It is not the same as Islam, but it's just evil. I've known this to be true for a very long time, and I know that some of you are coming along the trail a little bit later. It is evil. It is an evil worldview. Doesn't mean all Muslims, but when I open up the Quran, and that Quran challenge I issued, I think in 2008, still stands. Open it up, read 5-10 pages in any direction. Tell me that is anything other than irreconcilable with, you may be a conservative, you may be a MAGA person, American person, or you could be a feminist. If you're anything other than Islamic, it is incompatible. Period.
All right, so I'm gonna bring you guys in there.
You can't have litmus tests, and you can't actually screen for this as it deals with immigration. But what if it's a national security threat? Do we have the right to control the inflow as it relates to that? Let's look at, for example, founding father Sam Adams on specifically. Now, you won't find specific quotes on don't let Islamic immigrants because they were busy fighting Islamic pirates. That's where the term.
All right, so. Yeah, I'm gonna fire you guys back up on my laptop once I get inside. So I'll be right back. Here, let me give you guys something to display to look at. Something cool. I'll just do this for now. I guess it's just the indoctrination thing. Okay. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Yes, we're back. Just give me a second, guys.
That looks amazing. Oh, great. My hair. No. It is that time to play. What about it's good. We thought this all refurbished over it. You want to just channel? Think that'll be enough for the camera? If you put something else in it, you can always add so you can main channel. You want to convert old 18 more than 80, just buy a second CSR main channel. That'd be another option. Nice. Money in the beds. I know what's that. I've just used them several times. In like 2 years, I've worked for it. I need more. I didn't see my daily. Yeah, it's big. It's all we yeah. Yeah. Well, no, that way you can say, you get podcast with your This is not allowed. It doesn't matter how you're connected here. That's fun. And it's like, I didn't realize how much work. We're not good, brother. We can change. We're all addiction, including that. That mother there, and using completely marriage is ruined over that push. Oh, I was so cracked on the judgment, but you're spiritually sick, you're just trying to fill that void of it. Same thing. Change the culture anyway. I think that around the market. I do too. Your sentence one day of last week, your Saturday, Sunday, 3 days through life. I don't know chat. I know for sure. I know for sure. Answer it. Take one. You're not paying $2. So you'll pay however you set it. Prove it. You pay half down, half install plus your first month. And then half down, so that's you No, these are. Finally doing it.
Here's a short clip.
I'm here in San Diego, standing at an address that is registered to 14 businesses that took $2 million in pandemic-era loans. Those loans haven't been paid back, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. Today, the SBA is announcing we're suspending 112,000 California borrowers who took potentially upwards of $9 billion. We're going to continue to work with our federal partners to ensure accountability for COVID-era fraud that the Biden administration tried to sweep under the rug. And just like Minnesota, California is another state whose socialist welfare policies have invited fraud. Well, the buck stops here. We're not looking the other way. We're prosecuting. There's going to be more to come.
Handing out money to people who are not or should not be entitled to it. They were entitled to it under prior programs, but not anymore. Saying Los Angeles now not happy about this. They've got millions of illegal aliens. They really need that money, just like the Somalis do in Minnesota. Saying the LA people are now trying to sue us over our rule to ban foreign nationals from accessing our SBA loans. SBA stands by the ban, but understand this. When you see reports of non-citizens raking in billions of dollars of taxpayer money across states like California and Minnesota, it's by design, not by accident. And Pasadena now is saying the LA Board of Commissioners is suing. Supervisors move to challenge the new SBA rule from Pasadena Now in Cali. Says the LA County supervisors voted Tuesday to pursue legal options, challenging a new federal rule that would prevent lawful permanent residents, aka green card holders, from obtaining SBA-backed loans. They approved a motion directing the legal staff to explore litigation. Under the policy change, businesses seeking SBA-backed loans must be 100% owned by U.S. citizens or nationals, which means businesses owned by lawful permanent residents are no longer eligible. The agency announced the rule Feb 4 at the request of the Trump admin. Supervisor said the rules reverses a longstanding practice under which both citizens and lawful residents, including green card holders, were allowed to apply for loans. Supervisor, called Hilda Solis, said the change could affect immigrant entrepreneurs who operate small businesses throughout the country. The new rule limits these only to citizens. Another supervisor said, these are affecting immigrant communities. This is not accidental. No, it's not. It's a policy. They changed it. They made a whole press release about it. It's not an accident at all. We're witnessing the deliberate construction of a systematically racist system. It's not racist at all. It doesn't matter who you are, what color your skin is, what ethnicity you are. If you're not a citizen, you don't get a loan. It has nothing to do with race at all, except what you people make it about. It's designed to marginalize immigrant communities and communities of color. So the motion also raises concern about separate actions by the Education Department, which talks about public service loan forgiveness. So illegal aliens get big fat loans from the Education Department, go to college, and then we pay for their education. Great. According to the motion, the Education Department has proposed changes that could remove certain employers from eligibility, and they're also directing lawsuits, and I'm sure they'll sue in California. And some Democrat hack judge out there in a federal court will say, this is a violation of their due process, and you have to give them the money because they're oppressed by whites in America, like a white woman called Kelly Loeffler. So Trump's message last night was clear after the State of the Union. She said, we will not accept managed decline. We will restore American exceptionalism through free enterprise growth, unapologetic strength, and the common sense values that put workers, families, and small business owners first. Here's more from Kelly a couple weeks ago.
This is the president in his element. This is about American exceptionalism on a world stage, and that's what we saw. He started with the economy. This is why he was elected, to solve Bidenomics, and that's what he's doing. And he delivered that extremely well. And then he rolled into our standing as a nation, a secure nation, a nation of laws, of standing up against the invasion of illegal immigrants. And then he stood on a world stage and said, we're solving wars, 8 wars, and he named them off. Yeah. And yet, for every policy, cutting taxes for hardworking Americans, for securing our borders, for standing strong on a world stage, Democrats stayed in their seats. And so this was a study in contrast where you could see the strength of America was standing on the right side of the aisle, and on the left side, they wanted to give our country away.
And it's a nice development to care about our own citizens versus the foreigners who come in here, need everything handed to them. They lecture us about how they're the real Americans and how America is stronger because they're here. And then we see the bar charts in Congress where the Somalis are like 80% of their entire community are on welfare. And the rest of the American population is not. So they're paying for Americans, paying for these other people to come in here, start businesses, while many actual American businesses could use those loans, could use this support during times of economic turmoil. But we got ripped off for 4 years. Thankfully, we've got Loeffler in there, who really should be a senator in Georgia. Now, taking care of business. I'm sure there'll be fallout, lots of court proceedings surely to come. But we'll keep our eye on this one. All right, friends. So let's see what else is percolating, see if we got any congressional stuff happening. Then we'll hear from you. Oh, Tim Walz, speaking of the fraudsters. He's now live. Ohio State of the Union. We're not going to listen to Tim. All right, let's see what you say about all this and more. I saw some donos come in. Some other stories are percolating. This afternoon, we're going to come back. We're going to have the updates on Arizona and Fulton. Fannie just got crushed yesterday. And by Judge McAfee, who donated to her. We'll talk about that. What's going on? Tony Hey Monkey, it's good to see you. That was from yesterday. Baby Lewis. Nice to see you on that one. Yeah, Baby Lewis said Texas pastor or whatever he is says God is non-binary. I know, that is Talarico, the so-called Christian. Rick D, what's up? Judge McAfee has denied Big Fannie's motion for her. Yeah, Fannie tried to intervene on this to argue that the $16 million bill was illegal. So I read through that. We're going to cover that this afternoon, Rick D, ahead of the class. But the judge basically kind of split it. He said, Fannie, the Fulton County DA, you're not allowed on, but the Fulton County, the county is allowed on. And so it's kind of a nuanced opinion, but we'll take a look at it. Fannie also, I think, is freaking out because I guess the legislature is back in session and they're creating all sorts of specific bills for Fulton County and the prosecutor's office. She's calling it a clown show. These are all clown show bills because they're coming after her Fannie. Thank you, Rick D. Hopefully you sent that out of an airplane. We got Funny Hat Enjoyer. Here's your shot. Funny Hat Enjoyer. What kind of hat is that? Says, how many of the current members of the Virginia Congress are native Virginians? Yikes. According to the latest Virginia Public Access Project demographics, 49 of the delegates, 49 of 100, and 21 Senate members, 52% were born in Virginia. That's roughly 70 native Virginians out of about 140 total. Okay, so like people who moved to Virginia are now running, or is it like illegal aliens? Because I can understand, like, let's say you live in Georgia, you move to Virginia. I like it better here. And then you stay there and like, I'm going to run for office. Or is it other like foreigners who just like immigrated like yesterday and like, we're going to run your government now. Yeah, here you go. Here's your chaser. Foreigners are now disarming American citizens and the Democrats won the immigration wars. So this guy, that's Saddam Aslan Salim, Democratic Virginia State Senator, born in 1990 in Bangladesh. Great. Says he immigrated to the U.S. at 10, graduated Falls Church, elected 2023 in office. He sponsored an assault weapons ban bill. Oh my gosh. So he comes in here and then he says, you know, your Second Amendment right, we don't like it because I'm from Bangladesh. We gotta fix this. Funny Hat Enjoyer. People be all like, why are you so black-pilled? It's because there is no opposition. Foreigners are stripping away the rights of citizens in Virginia, and this is your GOP. Rhinos ally with Democrats to take over the Republican committee with fraudulent election in deep red Virginia County. What is this story? From Breitbart. Read the headline. A local Republican committee in deep red Virginia is in turmoil after rhinos and Democrats stage what some members are calling a coup. Yeah, Republicans join with the left. This happens in England, by the way, right? All the libs from all the groups and like the moderates will join with the left to oust the far righters. And it's happening here now. Democrats stage what some members are calling a coup. They used a disorganized meeting to hold a flawed election to pick a new chairman, and they ousted more than 100 people. Chaos ensued in Warren County Republicans Committee. There was a mass meeting, and ballots were inexplicably passed out to Democrats. Dozens of Republicans were blocked from entering the venue, and at least one person was physically pushed out by the sheriff. The mass meeting occurs every 2 years, serving as a membership reset and an election for chair and other positions. In a county that went almost 70% for Trump, the way the GOP is being hijacked should be of concern. Yeah, I mean, they're basically leftists, which is why we can't take the Cornyns and the Thunes and the McConnells anymore. It's like we just can't take them because they're not actually on our side. They're just liars. They're dishonest. People were left in confusion. Eyewitnesses recounted how ballots were handed out to Democrats. And what are the consequences of this? Many people shoved outside. I heard commotion. After a vote, following 4 attempts at hand counting the ballots, they picked somebody, Selek. Approximately 480 people showed up to vote, yet the final number of ballots counted was reported at 431. Long article here. And gosh, this is a very long article. And what are the consequences? The major notion held by these people. Yeah, all right, so not a surprise. Thank you, Funny Hat Enjoyer in the house. Old Coach Crane, what's going on? Says, I'm 76. Man, shout out, Old Coach Crane. 76 amazing years and many more to come. I have never seen a war I supported until now. I went through NAM and all the BS wars since. I have faith in this single president, not in our government, and why I disagree with your rightfully wary point of view. God bless. Old Coach Crane. Man, I appreciate that, old coach. Yeah, I'm obviously very wary of the whole conflict. I don't think it's being received well amongst the base, to be honest. I think it's completely split a lot of people. And a lot of people who were a part of Trump's coalition are now gone, unfortunately. I don't know if they're going to come back after this. So there are political consequences of it here. I mean, you can just run down the list, like Tucker, Megyn Kelly, Robert Barnes. I think Viva's out. You've got, a bunch of people like Dave Smith who voted for it, are all like abandoning ship. Or I don't know if they're abandoning Trump, but they're just not in favor of the war. And I'm not saying this to say that, I follow the trends. I think many of them are very upset about it and, speaking out about it. And we're kind of reserving judgment. Like if the whole thing is over in 30 days, and I don't think it's worth like the meltdown that is happening. But on the other side, right, you've got like people like it's brutal out there. Piers Morgan just, I think, blocked Dave Rubin out there. And it's causing a real fissure. And it's like very pro-Israel people versus kind of America first. It's causing a real fissure. And I think honestly, like Charlie Kirk was the only person who was keeping this whole thing together, and he's not around anymore. And I saw a clip of Barnes was on with Charlie Kirk's people yesterday, and Charlie Kirk, what's his name, Andrew Colvett, was agreeing with a lot of what Barnes said. So it's causing a real fissure politically. And, this might have consequences for the midterms and for the follow-up elections. So I guess, old Coach Crane, my question to you would be like, is there an upper limit on this? Like if it goes a long period of time, if this turns into a 20-year thing, which I don't think it will, is that enough to kind of pull your support? If American boots are on the ground, does that pull your support? Like, is there an upper limit to this? I know you're not here, but that would be my follow-up question, right? I think we're kind of just, monitoring the situation. I'm skeptical of it because my generation lived through Afghanistan and Iraq, and I'm not real sure what we got out of that. Like, did we get more economic growth here? Did we get regional control of the Middle East? Did we bring in everlasting peace, like to end all wars? Not really. I think actually we're now fighting back in Afghanistan and Iraq. I just saw Rubio said that they're redesignating the Taliban, whom we were paying in billions of dollars, as a problematic organization again. So it's like, what do we get out of it? What is this ultimately accomplishing? And if you say, well, the Iranians are killing Americans, okay, I can accept that point. But we also have tens of thousands of Americans dying every year from fentanyl, right? That is being poured in from the Chinese and from the Central and South American countries that were coming in. So if it's about like total numbers of life, I think there are way more Americans killed by other things other than Iran. If it's about oil, I can understand that that argument, but they haven't really communicated that to us. It's a big meatball, which is why I'm concerned about it. And is it worth it? Like, is this war worth it if the Democrats win the next two elections? Is that going to be worth it? We spend billions of dollars over there in this conflict over the last 10 days. Could those billions of dollars have been used here to build something substantive and long lasting, like nuclear power plants? That means we don't actually require oil anymore, so we can kind of get off of oil. China is trying to get off oil. We could do something similar here. So I think we can have these respectful disagreements, and I appreciate your perspective on it. I guess I'm wondering what the upper limit is, and thank you for serving in Nam as well. We appreciate your service. So we'll see what the president does. I mean, sounds like he's trying to maybe get out of it. I don't know. And I also think there are going to be consequences for this. Like if the Democrats come back in, they're talking about war crimes. So what happens if Trump is impeached and charged with war crimes, or Hegseth is impeached and charged with war crimes? I'm not saying that I endorse that. I don't think, that we're there. But what if that happens? Like, is it worth it? There's going to be a lot of consequences from this. And I'm just nervous about the whole thing, to be honest. I want America to succeed. I want Trump to succeed. I want our troops to succeed. Can we get out? Will it make things worse? There are all these unintended consequences that we live with, and we've got dead Americans. So I am wary about war in general, and I don't know. I'm watching a lot of the independent, like the only people I really see that are like super enthused about this in the media are the Fox News folks. And there's a lot of skepticism from a lot of people, and it's really causing a big division. So anyways, are you out there in the chat? How'd you do on your poker game? Yeah, so RP Games, I think the president has a track record of precise limited action, given the opportunity to conduct business and see what we see. Yeah, so is there an upper limit to that? So what is a precise action? Is it 60 days? Is it 30 days? What if this turns into September and we're coming up on the midterms? Like, is there an upper limit for you that you say, all right, this is turning into a forever war? And if it does turn into that, is that enough for you to say, okay, I'm out? Or are you in it for the long haul? Like, old coach, are you in this for 20 years? Like, are you in this for another Afghanistan or Iraq type of thing? If Trump says we're going into Turkey too next or something, like there are Israelis talking about going into Turkey next, like, would you support that too because the president said so? Is there any upper limit to the president's actions that you would not think are in America's interest, I guess is my question. Kathleen McLean, I think doing nothing would have been worse. Doan says, oil back down to 90 a barrel. Venezuela refineries are ramping up. We got old coach. No, I did not serve in Nam. I meant I lived through it. Oh, got it. All right, so sorry for my mistake on that. Yeah, we thank our veterans 100%. I like Tucker. I see TX Knox says Tucker sold out again. I think that Tucker has been asking very hard questions, and I appreciate what he's doing, and I appreciate his questions. But I understand a lot of people don't. We got Tucker was born in a rich family, no doubt. Bruce Wayne, even if the conflict lasts a year, that is 20 times less than any of the other wars that they dragged us into. There you go. As for the war, in it to win it makes a big difference to me. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't like the cursing either, Kathleen. We have 400 voters and counted to 431. Yep, that's a Democrat election, says Sergeant RP Games. I think talking about that other story. Sergeant RP Games says, I think 90 days is not unreasonable. 90 days is not unreasonable for like a limited action. So I think the War Powers Act is about 60 days. Yeah, 51K says Tucker's the only one doing it since Charlie's gone. I mean, I really like Tucker, and I like his questions to Mike Huckabee. I had many of the same questions. I brought him up here, and I still don't have really good answers on them. Londo's done with Tucker, says Londo. Rick D, Turkey's a member of NATO. I don't think Israel would do that. Yeah, or like they're bombing Lebanon too, right? They're going into Lebanon. Should we also do that too? Wasn't it the U.S., Israel, and Turkey combo that took out Syria, says Gigam? That's a good question. I don't know. Spuds, there may be a fog of war, but it's always the bankers running the fog machine, says Spuds. Pam, if China and Russia conspire to collapse our economy, is it worth it? Well, certainly. Yeah, I mean, we certainly, you mean via Iran? If they're going to like seize the oil, or are the Iranians? I don't know how they would collapse our economy, but certainly like America can't let her economy collapse, obviously. That makes sense to me. Mom of many, my daughter is dating a Navy guy in Maryland. He received the remains of the troops who were shot down with friendly fire from Kuwait. Were they killed? I thought they survived. They were random body parts in a bag. It's not something to take lightly. Yeah, I mean, it's like Americans are dying. Like, so is there an upper limit to that? Like, how many Americans would you be like? How many Americans die before you say, all right, enough of this? Or is it just like World War II scenario? Like it's existential. Yeah, it's heavy. It's war. Renee, I'm 65 and I do not question the president in general. I'd vote for him again in a second, but war is bad. Boots on the ground is too much, from Renee. And Renee, I know you served, right? You were actually special forces. So I've seen a lot of special forces bros too out there on X. I follow them and they're like, I'm done. I'm out, because they realize what they lived through in Iraq and Afghanistan. And they think it's just there's nothing you can do. Like regime change, if you think about regime change, I mean, it really is like a huge order. And I think it takes multiple generations to try to accomplish that. We tried that in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then we left Afghanistan. Iraq is still debatable what's going on over there. So would you put boots on the ground? Yeah, Cartier, if they get charged with war crimes, that's their problem. Should have gotten congressional approval before dropping bombs for Israel, says Cartier. Opposite take there from some other comments. And I honestly, the Democrats might be doing it, right? They're already talking about it. So like, is that worth it then? I guess. We lose more Americans to military training each year than we've lost to Iran, says Londo. Yeah, 51K, did you guys know that the guy who builds the underground bunkers for people like Zuckerberg and Andrew Tate recently said 2 of Trump's cabinet members are clients and recently began asking about when it'll be finished? Londo, stopping Iranian nukes is the problem. We have to have more elections after decapitating the IRGC. This is a basic act of self-defense. Well, they told us last year, right, that there was no more nuclear program. They said that unequivocally. Trump said, obliterated, it's done. So now it's back, kind of a thing. So I think people have some skepticism about the nukes as a reason. Yeah, Pam, not in favor of the war doesn't mean abandoning Trump. Right. I think it's perfectly reasonable to question our government and to question the people who have Trump's ear. Someone told me Vance needs to break away from Tucker, says Baby Lewis. G-Gum, I think Trump's best off-ramp is to say he wanted to destroy their nuke development, claim he accomplished the task and take it off the ramp. Take the off-ramp. Rocky Water, we tried regime change a few times in the U.S. the past 10 years. Yeah, they did try to regime change, that's for sure. What's going on, TX Knock? Good to see you. Lauren Wimberly. Wookie Sir says bunkers are because of the cataclysm cycle that has started. I've previously mentioned it many times. Yeah, Deborah, wait a minute. I thought we destroyed Iran's nukes. Oh yeah, funny hat enjoyer. All right, so we'll go on. Thank you, old Coach Crane, for the comment. I think we can respectfully, have conversations about this and ask questions. I'm always like, what are the upper limits? What is too much? What is not enough? Thank you for the comment, old Coach Crane. Hopefully you won your poker game. Hey, funny hat enjoyer. She's a Virginia implant. She's originally from New Jersey. Yeah, and she's a CIA agent. That's Abigail Spanberger. Bill banning popular semi-automatic rifles, high-cap mags, clears Virginia legislature, and more. Shiloh says the school was hit by IRGC misfire. I'm not sure that's accurate, says Shiloh, 5 months as a membo. I think it was like a tomahawk, and I don't think they have tomahawks. So I think that's a convenient explanation for it, but I think it was U.S. I mean, the reporting is saying U.S. Hegseth didn't deny it. Trump got asked about it yesterday, and yeah, it looks like it was a tomahawk that went into the school, which is not good. What I'm saying, and I don't know. Yeah, the question is from RP, how much material support did Iran get from China, Russia to rebuild their program? Yeah, another good question. Yeah, War Powers is only 60 days. What if the whole thing is in 30 days? And it was like another limited operation. But then what happens? Do the Iranians regroup? And are we back there again later? It's like, now that you're in it, what is the appropriate exit plan? Shiloh, thank you for that. Rick D, you can't make this up. Self-proclaimed super mayor called Tiffany Henyard has moved to Fulton County, Georgia, and is now running for county commissioner. Wow, that's amazing. Isn't she like going to jail soon? Isn't she like going to be charged? I thought she was already charged. Rick D, thank you for that. Sent from an airplane. Hey, the Rubos, Masterson still stands by his words. Language alert, unrepentant suicidal empathy. He is Antifa. He sells Antifa merch on a website. This guy still, I was in the middle of saying, as a born and raised New Yorker, we welcome everyone into the city when he threw that over my head. Oh, so he's on X? So he's standing by it, and I still stand by it. As a born and raised New Yorker, everyone is welcome, everyone except the bad person called Jake Lang. Deborah, sure hope this is over before 60 days. Past my prime, this won't be over in 30 days. Yeah, it's... How do you wrap it up? Gauntlet KI. Schools at the IRGC Navy compounds are dangerous. Yeah, I don't know the details of the school. I mean, I'm not in favor of schools getting blown up. or innocents in war getting killed. Just a general rule. I don't want innocent people who have nothing to do with it getting killed. And we've got schools around our military bases all over the place, so that the troops can send their kids somewhere. So would those be legitimate targets back? Like I would presume it was a mistake, right? It was not intentional at all. I'm not saying that the default is that we blew up a school. But what was the intelligence showing? Where did that intelligence come from? And a lot of, even Trump is like not denying it. He said yesterday, well, the investigation is ongoing and I'll accept the outcome of the investigation. Which is a horrific thing to think about, right? But like, are our schools now fair game for attacks? Like they shouldn't be. Military versus military, that's war. I got it. But, innocent people being killed on either side, I'm not a fan of in general. Gauntlet KI, even if it is in the compound. Yeah, anyways, wars just sucks. Hey, Severus, if you and Alexis come through Dallas-Fort Worth for the move, lunch or dinner is on me. Show you some of that Texas hospitality. Severus, what a nice thing. What a nice thing to say. I think we are driving through Texas. I don't know that we'll be going through Dallas exactly. I think we go right across the top. I was looking at the map. I think it goes right across the top. So I'm not sure that we'll be there, but Severus, thank you for that. It's a very nice offer. Yeah, very nice offer, Severus. And Rick D, Turkey is a member of NATO. I don't think Israel would do that. Yeah, I don't know how they could do that. It's a member of NATO. But I saw a clip of some Israeli person saying Turkey's next, basically. It's like, okay, is there an upper limit to this? Or what? Funny hat enjoyer. You know who's happy the Iranian regime is getting smoked? The Arab nations. They were so nervous of Iran getting a nuke that Saudi was actively trying to get some. Iraq was the bulwark against Persia. We took out Saddam and Iran started getting bold and no pushback, so here we are. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like the regime change, like there was a regime change in Iran, and then it went bad, and then we have to go regime change it again. Yeah, thank you for that. Funny hat enjoyer. Rob, what's up? 27 months as a member. Multiple babies, Rob. 3 babies. Thank you for being here. The school was built on against military base, courtesy of Grok. Yeah, I think that is right. There was a military base, and it was like right next door. So that's what makes me believe it's a mistake rather than anything intentional. But, like the Democrats, they're talking about war crimes and prosecuting people. So, I'd like just a nice, easy victory. It would be very nice if the Iranian people just stood up and, threw the regime out. And then we could say, oh, look, a new government is being formed right now. We'll kind of lighten up. Iran becomes peaceful. And we get people we can work with. The region is calm. But it doesn't look like that's happening. So if that doesn't happen, how long do we keep going on this thing? And do you send boots on the ground? Do you send a bunch of American troops out into the onto the field of Iran? And once that happens, then you're there for, who knows how long. Rob, the IRGC murdered 5,000 to 35,000 protesters December through January. Yeah, that's a big gap there. 5,000 to 35,000? Is it 5 or is it 35? I don't know. But again, I don't, that's horrific. Innocents being killed is horrific. But is that like in America's interest to help them overthrow their country? That's what I'm concerned about. Like how does this help America? And if we go into this and then we get blown out in the House and the Senate, and you get Cornyn, who maybe votes to impeach Trump or something, this thing could get bad pretty quickly. And
let me see what I can find here.
How is America served in the aftermath of that? I guess is the question. I understand. I think I understand the arguments from both sides, and I think there's a lot of inclination to become, unequivocally anchored into a position on one side, like this is bad, America's over, or this is amazing, America's finally doing what it needs to do. And it's on one side, it's like, as long as it takes. On the other side, like, wrap it up. We don't know what the president's going to do yet. So that's kind of, I guess, my question is like, when on the spectrum does it become too much? Ever? like ever? Or are we like, would you be okay doing this for another 20 years? Some people would. I think Lindsey Graham would. Lindsey Graham's like, we should, I heard Lindsey Graham say we should move all of our stuff to Israel, like just move to Israel. Yeah, me and my shadow, really non-citizens could get SBA loans before? Pff, I guess so. I guess they could. Me and my shadow, thank you for that. Yeah, I guess. Biden was handing them out. They get everything. Healthcare, SNAP benefits, room and board. All sorts of stuff. Hey, Don, the guy, Walter Masterson, was the guy that had the bomb thrown over his shoulder. He doubled down and says he stands by why he was there. Well, he should just go out there then and just, maybe he can find some more ISIS people and he can hang out with them and welcome them to New York City. M. Berkovich, none of the foreign military adventures under this administration were worth losing the midterms and the entire domestic agenda that Trump campaigned on. If he nailed the domestic agenda in the first half, he could have done all this foreign crap in the second half, says M. Berkovich. Yeah. I mean, we don't have any prosecutions. We don't have our U.S. attorneys in. We are like deportations are like stalled out. And the midterms are not looking good, right? We had like low gas prices. Now gas prices are all fluctuating. We had the Epstein disaster. Everybody's still talking about that. Then we've got this another foreign war. I think there's also an age split on this. I think people who are in the more senior levels are more supportive, generally speaking, and people who are younger are adamantly opposed. Now in the midterms, the seniors and the people who are a little bit older are the ones who vote in higher numbers than the youth do. Well, I guess, what happens? What happens if we lose the House and the Senate? Like, was the war worth it? And the war is the reason for that? Is the war worth it? You might say yes, because they could be an existential threat to America. So it is worth it. What if they impeach Trump? What if they remove him? What if they indict him after the fact? What if Democrats take over the House and they appoint a U.S. attorney and they go prosecute Trump again? Let's not forget, they made up charges against the president. They made up charges against a bunch of Republicans. What happens if they actually prosecute him in the aftermath of this? They said that he was an insurrectionist for January 6th. This is a whole different level by an order of magnitude. And I don't know what they're going to do, but they're talking about it. And it is causing a rift out there. Like I see it every day. Piers Morgan was going against Dave Rubin this morning. I'm like, good Lord, those guys I thought were like friends. Piers blocked Dave Rubin and said, I'm blocking anybody who calls me an anti-Semite. I'm allowed to criticize Israel. And he's in his comments. And then Barnes is like adamantly opposed to this. And he was on with Colvette and Charlie Kirk. And Colvette was saying, I agree with you. Like, what do we do about it? And Charlie Kirk was somebody who was, I think, previously in his tweets, I'm not trying to speak for the man, but in his tweets, he was like adamantly opposed to this because I think the youth didn't want it to happen. So it's causing a fracture. So, yes. Now, whether that can be repaired or not, I think is another question. Funny Hat Enjoyer, a war with Iran was going to happen with Trump in or out of office. And if not this term, then the next one. We have been at war with them for 47 years. It was inevitable. This was going to happen. And Wookie Sir says, ousting Lloyd's of London was $1 trillion win. $1 trillion win. Yeah, I think it's definitely, I think hopefully we can have like a friendly debate about this.
Sure.
It's not happening on X. I'll tell you that. Okay. If you can question the war, you get dunked on. And from the other side, if you're opposed to the war or, you get dunked on either way, whatever position you take, you're getting dunked on out there. And it's unfortunate because I think we could have a much more civil, productive conversation about this. And, I think fortunately we can have that here. Yeah, Rob, impeach Trump when Obama murdered the U.S. citizens. They will impeach him if they get the House. 100%. Yeah, please get out and vote. Don't stay home. 100%. Yeah, it's not the same standard. We live in a double standard system. Okay, they made up charges against Trump the last time. They impeached him twice for made up crap.
Yes.
So now if they can say, and we were screaming about the Epstein stuff too, right? How that whole thing got botched. I hope they do not win. I really hope they do not win because it's going to be a nightmare if they do. Elf, this is sounding pretty black-pilled. I know. I didn't intend for that to happen. Good to see you. Piers Morgan, I know, smiley face. Yeah, but I guess my point is it's calling a real, there's a real disagreement over this. It's a big issue. Funny hat, G-Gum. Yeah, and Khomeini, we now have somebody who is maybe worse than Khomeini, who's in charge. How do you put the genie back in the box? Londo, one cannot expect perfection in what gets blown up with missiles. If a school got blown up, it was an accident. Move on. We should be no more upset about failed missiles. But here's my point, is the Democrats are not going to do that, right? They're not, even if it's an accident, they're going to send subpoenas and investigate it. Same with what they're doing. Like, what if they, with the Epstein stuff, they've already subpoenaed Bill Clinton. What if they subpoena President Trump? Not right now, but when he's out of office. The Democrats come in and form a new thing and they subpoena him. He comes in. It's like this whole thing can really go bad pretty quickly, which is, I guess maybe I'm being too nervous about it, but yeah. Can you please review the coming week, next week's streaming schedule, and hope Friday's ultrasound goes well? Yeah, Gigam. So this week, Friday, we'll do an early stream in the morning, and then we've got like back-to-back appointments for the baby this Friday. Saturday this week, we're planning on doing a short Saturday morning stream, and then your boy's got to pack up the studio because we've got the moving pods coming on Saturday. So we'll pack up the moving pods or pack up the studio. We'll say goodbye to the studio together on Saturday and close it out. Wednesday, Thursday, we'll do the normal schedule this week. Then next week, we're kind of in like hiatus mode. So next week, we're staying at a friend's place up here in Prescott. We got to get this place cleaned up, and then we should have inspections on Tuesday next week. So we'll probably do one stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but we'll be on the road essentially. So we won't be here, and I don't know, like internet or anything like that. So probably next week's going to be kind of messy. Then we leave Thursday morning. So we'll probably be on the road for like 12 hours a day. I got Starlink, hopefully going to get set up. I'm waiting for one battery for the car so I can power the Starlink on the road. But then on Thursday, Friday, we'll be on the road. So we might not go live. We might just, record some videos. Like we'll stop to charge. I'll record something, upload it. I just want to stay on top of the news. And then we get into DC, I think Sunday, hopefully set up. And then we'll have, the next week ahead, and I don't know if we'll be back to 2 a day, but definitely we'll be back streaming on Monday. So should have streams next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, traveling Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then back in DC on Monday, basically. So I'm sorry I don't have more information on that or a better schedule on that, but that's the plan. We're going to be on the road. Can you be a lobbyist for us while in DC? That's right. We're going to lobby for accountability, transparency, and justice for the Watcher fam. Londo's talking about taking out China. Yeah, Londo says it's going to get worse before it gets better. Welcome to the battle with evil. Enjoy your front row seat. We should pray for you while you're in the swamp. Yeah, thank you for that, Londo. I'll take them. Cartier says 0% chance it was an accident. They hit the school twice. Was it twice? A double tap? Yeah, that's not good. Not good. If that's true. I think a lot of me thinks we're still in the fog of war. Rocky, what if they subpoena Trump when he's out of office? What if? I think what if, he says, I think it's safe to take that as a given. Pam says China is already backing off Taiwan. Another good point. That's a real photo, Jigam. Wishing you luck, love, and laughter. Thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you very much for that. So, yeah. It'd be kind of fun to travel to do a live stream from the car on the road. We may try that. Alexis can drive and I can be in the passenger seat, just kind of, all right, everybody, we're on the road. We're driving through. And so here, let me share with you the route. So we're going through, let me see if I still have this. The route. It's going to be like 4 days of travel. So here we go through. So we leave Phoenix. We go up through New Mexico, as you can see. These are all the charging stops that we have to do in the Tesla. Oop, opposite. Nope, this way. So we go through. All right. So that's Texas. That's the part of Texas that we're going through. So I don't know what city that is. Amarillo. Looks like we're going to be in Amarillo. And I've never done a cross-country road trip. I don't know if you guys have, but this is going to be like a first for me and Alexis. Then our next stop is Shamrock, Texas. Then we get into Oklahoma. We drive through Oklahoma City, right there. And then we go into Arkansas, stop in Little Rock, Arkansas for a little bit. Then we got 3 stops in Tennessee. So from Arkansas, we get into Tennessee, into Memphis. And then, what is that? Nashville. And then we get to Knoxville. And then we're outside of Knoxville. Bristol, we get into Virginia. We stop outside Charlottesville, right there. And then, boom, we're in DC, baby, right there. So it's going to be about an hour and 1 day and 19 hours, almost 8 hours of charge time, which is going to be good because we have the dog that we have to let out, and Alexis, and maybe TMI, but she's pregnant, so got to pee like every hour or so. So I'll be stopping a bunch. So it's all going to work out. And then we'll just grab some hotels and we'll hunker down. And then maybe once we're hunkered down, we can stream, right? Kind of depending on where we're stopping and stuff. But I was testing the Starlink. I still need the battery so I can have it work in the car. But then it just mounts to the roof, and we should have good internet. I was watching YouTube reviews and stuff. It's like, you have good internet. I'm like, that's pretty cool. So Alexis can take a drive shift. The car basically drives itself. It's got autopilot. So then I can just sit on the side and we can just talk about the news, which kind of the fun stuff. Londo, Starlink battery I build them. You should have asked. Well, you're seeing this old guy. Well, you're seeing the flattest, most boring part of Texas. Auto drive will be your friend. Yeah, that's exactly right. You just double click it. You have to on the steering wheel, you have to kind of hold it so that it doesn't think you just fell asleep. But otherwise, it's very easy. Oopsie, I hear Tennessee is beautiful. I heard that too. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people I think have moved there. Who lives there? I think there's a pretty decent community of content creators there. I was looking up a bunch of people. Boopsie, you were born in Arkansas? Chubby, I've only done half, California to Louisiana. Interesting. Yeah, it's like a cross-country thing, man. So I'm pretty excited about it. Hopefully the car doesn't have any problems. Don't know what sucks worse, moving or war. It does suck, dude. Moving sucks. It sucks. We're offloading all of our furniture, and we got rid of our bed. So your boy's a little extra tired lately because we're sleeping on an air mattress right now. Because we got rid of our bed, we got rid of our couch. We're just offloading all of our furniture. We're just loading up. Basically, we got some U-Haul pods that are pretty small, for the studio gear and for some other, odds and ends, clothes and that kind of stuff, small stuff. I'm going to take my desk here and this chair and all this stuff back here. Can't forget the hot dog hat. Obviously, that's coming with us. Obviously, I might wear that the entire trip, actually. Yeah, you're taking the I-40 the whole way? You'll drive right by me if you are. You'll pass 3 miles from me. Where are you at, Rick D? Yeah, man, maybe we can stop and say what's up. Or maybe you can parachute out of an airplane and land right on our roof. Hey, it's Rick. So that'd be fun. We're going to stop a bunch, as you can see. We have to stop a bunch. So moving, I think I've read that moving is one of the most stressful things you do in your life. And it doesn't feel cognitively stressful. It just feels more your routines are all gone. Everything, our house is dispossessed. So you get up, I'm going to go over here to the refrigerator. Oh, nope, that's gone. We have a refrigerator. We had a second, that's gone. And so everything is just kind of a little bit more frictionalized, a little bit more friction in what we're doing, but it's going to be worth it. And we're excited. We actually are excited about it. Hey, Lady Ice. Get the steering wheel weights for the Tesla. So I used to have one of those. Oh, Gauntlet KI, you're not allowed to talk about that. So on Tesla, you can get a weight. So you get like a 1 pound weight and you attach it like an ankle weight that has the Velcro on it. And you attach it to the steering wheel. So it puts some weight on it. They actually now have it's called like a steering defeat device. So I tried that. I actually have one. So I tried that one time. You put it on there and then you can just like chill because it thinks you're touching it. And it yelled at me. It like, auto steer defeat device detected. Auto steer disabled for the rest of the drive. I got in trouble. So I haven't used it again. But yeah, it's getting smarter. They know what's going on. Hey, Lady Ice, thanks for the comments. This is ultimately a combination of striking them before they hit us with a large-scale attack, which they have said that they would do as soon as they had the capability, and putting chokehold on China and Russia by destroying the flow of oil and drones, etc., that Iran provided that bypass sanctions. I think there's a lot of truth to that. As always, like it's about money and oil, right? It's about the petrodollar. It's about global trade more than it is about like nuclear bombs or like, again, Iranians have killed many Americans. I'm not debating that. But those are the better justifications for war. Like people understand that. Like you don't want to get nuked, do you? We have to go to Iran. You don't want Americans getting killed, do you? No, we don't. So we have to go to war. Versus
Look at that. Launch, defense launch. 711.
You do not find good men right. Great watchtower. Have not. They're dead. What about them? You do not find good men right. Great watchtower. Have not. They're dead. Just time. And a minute. You do not find. What about and a minute? What about things on iron bush? You do not do not love me. You do not love me. Just time. And a minute. Just these who are my enemy. What about things on iron bush? You do not love me. You do not love me. 69. Now it's time for new, believable people, and we must do it. If we don't control insiders, this will be over and over. To lead by an any big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and we must do it big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and any America first. America first. Non-fatal. We want to build a much better, believable people, and we must do it non-fatal. Communication very much higher. America first. To lead by an any insiders fighting for insiders. Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. More of insiders fighting for insiders. Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. America first. Love the flow. 69. Now it's time for new, believable people, and we must do it. If we don't control insiders, this will be over and over. To lead by an any big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and we must do it big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and any America first. America first. Non-fatal. We want to build a much better, believable people, and we must do it non-fatal. Communication very much.
Yeah, and you tell that guinea I'd like to have a couple of words with him, by God. Welcome. Live. The lineup live on Rumble. You can watch all day long. You don't need to change that dial. Rumble owns live. YouTube's dead. Rumble did it. We have a lot to get to today. Some updates on Iran that are fun. I know you guys have Iran fatigue. Iran. Sometimes I say Iran. Sometimes I say Iran. What do you prefer? Should I say Iran? What's most offensive? That's what I'll go with. But we want to get into, I've been discussing this for a long time, Islam. One of the first installments I ever did was the Quran Challenge. First viral video I ever did that was political was Crazy Pete's Abortion Barn. 2008, I believe. Then the Quran Challenge, for which I was, I had a fatwa drafted for my troubles. So I've been on this for a while. It's actually how Gerald came into the show because he was involved with apologetics, specifically Christianity versus Islam. Look, I want to be really clear. In no uncertain terms, Islam is completely incompatible with Western civilization, with the Constitution. Dr. Ben Carson said it. He was lambasted over it, and I defended him back then. I will make the case today. And we are going to obviously look at Mamdani, New York, what happened, the fallout. But there are many examples of seemingly entirely westernized, domesticated, whatever term you want to use, Islamic migrants, Islamic immigrants here in the United States and Canada. And it was a ticking time bomb. They still beheaded their wives or killed their daughters. I know you're not supposed to have litmus tests. Let's just call it something else, right? We can just call it something else. So like it's just a test. It's like a pop religion quiz. If you say like Muhammad Holiest out, and Tallarico likes trans and kids, and Josh knows sports, and a review on War Machine on with the show.
What does overpaying on your taxes feel like?
No. What the hell is this? No. What the hell does this even do? No. Oh, God, no, please, no. Please, God, please flush. Not here, not now. Please, God, please flush. Please flush. No. Oh. Yes. Christ is thank God.
About like that. Don't let the IRS bust your balls. Visit tnusa.com/Crowder or call 958-1000 for immediate relief and expert guidance. Ooh.
I was finishing, I got so many notes today. I got to sip while doing a quick note.
Oh, boy.
I have a lot of notes.
Way to go. Now people really hate Islam. Islam gave the show Gerald.
Yo, come on. No one actually hates you. Comment below. Do any of you actually truly hate Gerald?
Oh, come on.
Going off the
in the
charts.
depth of your soul. But I'll tell you, he's, Gerald and I, well, obviously, no, my best friend, no offense, Johnny Boy, because I've known since I was 12. But Gerald's right up there. Gerald's right up there. Not my headphone volume, by the way. Let me ask you, what has been the worst media headline that you've seen regarding the ISIS, would-be ISIS-inspired bombers? Toolman, son of a... Gerald, CEO, hopefully firing some folks soon. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I love firing.
Yeah, I know. You like it. That's why I have you do it, so I don't have to. A good time.
Gerald likes firing so much he does it on Mondays.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. He does it on Mondays.
He wants it to be a weird week for everyone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he does it first thing in the morning.
But I tell you, you got to finish the day.
Yeah. Then he sets a time.
You got to finish the week, he says.
It's like digging your own professional grave.
Yeah. Can you please train your replacement now?
Here's my key card. No. You keep it until 4 o'clock.
You're the late leaver today.
All right. Friday, Saturday, March 20th, 21st at Summit City Comedy Club in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Boy, the hustle and bustle of Fort Wayne, Indiana. I can only take it for limited amounts. Josh Firestein.
It's angel country.
Yes, it is.
People don't know that, but it's angel country. It's where the angels are made, is Fort Wayne.
I thought that was the outfield.
No, that's a cool band.
No, it's a movie, but, Okay.
Angels in the out. Yeah, this.
No, the outfield.
All right. It looks like it needs another note.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Josh just made the list.
Why are you laughing so hard, Noodles? You almost ratted me out.
Another one?
Did not.
Him and his very large, obscenely girthy.
Mm-hmm.
For those who are tuning in, this is a very different kind of show. Think about it. Imagine someone who just stumbles across a podcast and a podcast and a podcast and a podcast where it's radio, someone talking to the webcam, and then this. Welcome. First, though, let's deal with this. James Tallarico. You know that we don't like him. We've talked about him. We would say an apostate.
Yeah.
Heretic.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of those things.
False prophet.
Mm-hmm. Not the Antichrist.
No, not the Antichrist. You guys need to calm down with the Antichrist comments. I absolutely, and I know what you're denying spiritual warfare. No. Of course, I believe that the Antichrist is going to be a real person. I believe that hell is real and it sucks. But you can't just label anyone saying things you don't like as the Antichrist. As a matter of fact, before I get to Tallarico, let me make the case as to why he is not the Antichrist. The Antichrist is going to be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, this is your realm of expertise, a universally beloved, charming, manipulative figure, right? He's going to unite people falsely, under false pretenses. Not someone who is immensely unpopular and very likely is going to lose their own race in their own state.
I wouldn't say the Antichrist is like a Beto O'Rourke,
Yeah, exactly.
Lose every race you enter guy.
And behold, a pale kickflip artist.
Does that make Texas hell?
I guess.
No, it's not.
So, Tallarico, this clip is now making the rounds. I believe we covered it a long time ago, but it's worth addressing. I truly believe this. Doesn't mean that everyone who votes Democrat, to be clear. You need to separate. There are a lot of people in this country who simply take the default leftist, the default liberal position because they think it's compassionate. It's a lot of white, suburban, unfortunately, Christian women. Look around your church, your God-fearing church, and look at the women. More of them vote Democrat than atheist white men in this country. That's a reality. Now, I don't think it's because those women are evil. I think it's because they don't truly understand the ideology of the left. Sometimes, though, it is so clear that you need to amplify this. Shout it from the rooftops, as seen with Tallarico, a man who claims to be a Christian, discussing, not even discussing, just given a layup and decided to say, you know what? I want to push trans children.
Something that you hate.
I hate people who are not willing to change their mind.
Something that you love that's not family or friends.
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the
Lego
trans children who showed up yesterday at the state capitol to advocate for their humanity. They shouldn't have to, but it was an inspiration to watch.
They don't have to.
You're right. They shouldn't have to. They shouldn't. They shouldn't show up and advocate anything because they're children and they are being used as props. I would like to see, if we could, I know that people in the administration listen, there are only 2 genders now, that's an official decree. I'd like to see an executive order that it's actually child abuse to trans your children.
Yeah.
Comment below. That's where I think it's actually child abuse, especially as the data comes in. It is child abuse. Can you name me any other scenario? Any other scenario? Hey, Tallarico, I'll have you on the show. Texas, you could reach a lot of Texans. That's our home state. I'll host you. Make the case for trans children, to be clear. Anyone want to make the case for any other scenario? Can you point me to one where we allow children to make permanently disfiguring, or you would say enhancing, physical decisions, whether it's chemical intervention, whether it's hormonal intervention, or of course, actual surgical intervention that will affect their life forever, in particular, their sex life, before the age of consent?
Smoking. Wait, no. Consuming alcohol.
No, I also don't want to.
No.
Well, yeah. Problem is, the smoking thing just makes you seem cool.
It does.
Now,
it's very cool. Way
anyone,
cooler than.
comment below. Genuinely, any apples to apples comparison. This is the only one. Why? It's evil. It's straight from the depths of hell. And I truly mean that. That is not hyperbole. By the way, this is what he was, I believe, referencing. This is the only video I could find. Trans kids. It was a trans kid. There was a Texas bill, SB 14, where they were banning gender affirming care. And here are the children that he loves so much.
We're here. We won't disappear. We're here. We're clear. We won't disappear. We're here.
Well, it's early.
47%, Mike?
The stats disagree.
We won't disappear. We're here. We're clear. We won't disappear. We're here. We're clear. We won't disappear. Protect trans kids. Protect trans kids.
Oh, God.
Protect trans kids.
From who?
Can't help you in this room. Protect trans kids.
We are.
Why do they all look so sickly and like the byproduct of really bad genetics? And I don't mean that as an insult. Why is that such a common thread? And then we sort of, we copy paste that. We put that next to, the mental illness.
Yeah.
Sorry. Nowhere else do we have that kind of confluence of all these determining factors. Okay, mental illness, people who are physically unfit, unhealthy, people who are unstable, and they also happen to be trans, and also the comorbidity rates are through the roof, and the attempted suicide rate is higher than Jews in the Holocaust or Black American slaves. But for some reason, we just section out the most severe of it, which is genital mutilation or chemical intervention, which, by the way, you'll have doctors out there now say the science is still out on testosterone therapy for older people or for heterosexual people who actually have hormone depletion. But when injected directly into a child, however, we think it's probably fine. Here's Tallarico also denying reality and claiming that not affirming transgenderism for a child they will call evil good is child abuse.
Seems like what we're actually saying is that denying a child's gender identity doesn't rise to the level of abuse. So we're making a value judgment by saying that this is not important enough to consider in these determinations. That's my concern, sir.
Jeez. Your concern is that some people say, no, telling your young boy that he's a boy is not child abuse. He's arguing against that. That's the context. I think that's a problem. I think it does need to be child abuse if you don't help your child transition. I think it needs to be child abuse. By the way, I love trans kids, which in and of itself is kind of a weird phrase. It gives me
weird,
pause.
yes.
He's also drafting a proposal for pharmacies with his new Take a Dick, Leave a Dick campaign for underprivileged trannies. Yeah, that's a...
Oh, jeez.
Hard no. By the way, grossly abused. Yeah. They always take very few leave. Those are very few leave one.
Is that covered by Obamacare? Do you think the VA will get that for me?
No. If you like your dick, you can keep your dick. You lie. It's not true. You can keep your dick.
Yeah, this guy is a wolf in sheep's clothing, man. He is absolutely twisting scripture, not because, I don't even think it's just because he's like, oh, I have a different opinion. I think it's because I want to get elected.
Right.
And I want to still be a Christian, and I want to use that. I want to come in under the cover of Christianity so that I can peel off maybe sympathetic, right-leaning people who don't really know how to make this issue make sense with how they feel about it. But the Bible says this. Oh, I'm going to come in and quote stuff that's out of context. I'm going to come in and say that you can just be in a gender you want, even though God created you to be the gender that you are. God does not make mistakes. That's the logical conclusion, is that God screwed up and put you in the wrong body.
Right.
That's the James Tallarico that we're talking about here. An evil man trying to take Christians and push them into the path of hell, because you're saying the Bible doesn't mean what God said it means. Not me, not Stephen, what God clearly says.
Yeah. I think
that's
people.
An evil man.
I think he's going to trick a lot of people.
He will
in the non-denominational church.
Yes.
A lot of women who think, "Oh, that's compassionate. You know, at least he's a Christian." But I don't like Trump. Let me know.
Exactly right.
If you attend church, what you're seeing. Check the temperature in the room. See if you think that quite a few people are going to be fooled by this Tallarico character. Because if so, then there needs to be absolutely a campaign mounted for Christian awareness. Also, awareness. Don't overpay on your taxes. TNUSA.com or call 1-800-958-1000 to get a 100% free consultation. There are very few things that hurt more than the piping of the IRS.
Well, it's the chopping off of the wiener. That is one that hurts more.
Yeah.
Also, I like that you read 1000 instead of saying 1,000.
I know. I just want to make sure because sometimes people will go 1,000 and then they, if it's like 16,
that's
like I wrote a 6.
That's like your Harry Enton numbering.
Look at this. Look at this.
0, 0.
They overpaid on taxes. Look at this.
Look at this.
I love it.
That man can do no wrong by me.
I know. It's weird.
He's developing fans. He's developing more fans because of this show than CNN.
I bet.
There's zero doubt.
That's got to be true.
So
I want a shirt that says, "Look at this."
Can we do that?
Yeah,
we should get a copyright thing. If we give him a little bit of moolah for
Mission
us.
Control, write this down. A Harry Enton. Boom.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Look at this. But I want him in the fingerless Marv gloves.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll put her with the hair up too.
Yep. Exactly. All right. Iran. Okay. This was something that was used to fracture the right. Remember, people said World War III, World War III, World War III. But I think it's important to be clear. And the messaging hasn't been super clear from this administration. I think Pete Hegseth has done a good job. Then there are some people who step in and say, hey, I want to offer my opinion, like Lindsey Graham. Shut up.
Oh, I hate that guy.
Shut up. You don't have the authority to weigh in on a lot of these issues, and you are not helping. Are we at the end of the war? Are we at the beginning of the war? Are we in the middle of it? Is it a war? Well, President Trump yesterday said that our objectives in Iran are pretty well complete, and we'll try to explain what that means.
Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which is a big moment in history, in my opinion.
Literally thought it.
And the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely.
Now, very complete.
Very complete.
You have to understand, with President Trump, usually he comes out, he has his points. What you need to know as far as policy, as far as steps taken, you hear in the first 20%, and then it's him going off book, and that's where mistakes are made, or that's where it maybe becomes a little bit murky. He did go on to clarify the comments later in the same conference.
Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be
Well, I think you can say
prepared?
both. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of building a new country. But they have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications. And they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further.
I don't exactly know what that means, but let me give you some numbers here, because this does put this in context. And I do think an important takeaway, everyone always compares things to Iraq. Iraq is an outlier in many ways, kind of like Vietnam was. That's why people reference it so much. That's why the left loves to draw your attention to those examples. We have plenty of other examples. We've talked about Grenada, Panama, right? Korea.
The first Iraq War.
Right. Yeah. That's actually a very stark contrast. Good point. This has taught us what this should look like. In other words, for how long do you keep pointing to a relative outlier when you're living more examples of what is the rule rather than the exception, like the first strike in Iran, like Venezuela, like what is going on now, like what I think we may see with Cuba. I think we may actually see a negotiation. I don't even think there's going to be a bomb dropped or any type of military action. We'll probably keep you abreast of that. There might be something happening today. So let's look at this. This is what this looks like when you say, okay, if we are going to go, then we're going to go. And I think this is important. Donald Trump absolutely is an overall anti-war president, meaning he prefers negotiation. That's his specialty. He wrote a book on it. Turns out he's really good at it. And it could just be, obviously, credit to his team of people, but even compared to folks who you would think of as hawks, that is the value of an unwilling participant in many ways. Now, it's been very, very clear that Iran cannot have a nuke. And he came in with very little leverage because of the JCPOA, because of what Barack Obama, because of what Biden did, and military action was needed. So that's not inconsistent, but he definitely doesn't want to go to war if he doesn't have to. That's the kind of guy who, once they cross that line, they're either all in or all out, which is what I believe our approach to war should be. So where are we right now? Well, the United States has destroyed 46 ships from the Iranian Navy, if you even want to call it that.
The Navy is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46 ships. Can you believe it?
Jeez.
In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said, what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. Top of the line. I said, why did we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? He said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true. But think of it. We knocked out 46 and actually took 3.5 days. It's like Battleship in real life. You sunk all of them.
It's absolutely safer. I mean,
it is.
Boarding ships, putting you guys, lives at risk.
Right.
I guarantee you, though, the Glenn Greenwalds of the world will be out there saying, like, I can't believe he's joking around about sinking these ships in his illegal war. I mean, it's the footing they'll take every single time.
Sure. When you're talking about people also from the left who were saying, well, Charlie Kirk, I don't support obviously killing, but what did he do to deserve that? And then like, you don't have the right to kill the Ayatollah. Shut up. So let's look at the leadership, and that's one of the things that he cited there. Well, the Ayatollah, right, the original one, obviously was killed. And then at least, there have been different estimates, at least 40 senior officials
Jeez.
in the Iranian government were killed. It begs repeating, by the way. Iranian government, very, very different from the Iranian people.
Yeah.
No matter where you line up, and I see people conflating the two, the Iranian people do not believe that they are at war with the United States. Whether it's our job or not is not relevant to this point. They welcome the Americans. They've prayed for Americans. They've been begging for Americans. We are talking about the Iranian government, okay? Iran, by the way, they're spread so thin, they were even forced to elect a new Ayatollah via a cardboard cutout.
very stoic.
Yeah, he came off a little flat.
Yeah. I heard his policies are paper thin.
Well, focus groups indicate voters thought he lacked depth.
Well, some are worried he might fold under pressure.
Some critics accuse him of being manufactured. Don't forget, when it comes to Islamofascist dictators, folks, remember to recycle.
Oh, man. I didn't know he was into kids.
Well, I mean, that area.
Well, probably. Yeah.
We didn't know. Some additional info on the new Ayatollah. And there are reports out there that he may be injured, that he may be dead. But
Can't confirm.
We cannot confirm that, so I don't want to give you false
One thing's
information.
for sure, if he's not injured, he's like, I am not going to the swearing-in ceremony. There is no way in hell.
If you want them to vote for you so bad, you go out there.
Yes, you stand. You be the guy blown up.
The new Ayatollah. Is it much? I've only read it. Mujtaba Khomeini. Here's some info on him. And by the way, all references, links in the description. We do that every single show. He is the son of the previous Ayatollah, considered to actually be more hardline than his father. In 2009, led the crackdown on the Green Revolution protests, where there were at least a couple hundred people killed. Also sought treatment for erectile dysfunction in the UK. 72 virgins not doing it for anymore, but much like his penis, the treatment didn't seem to work. Yes.
Oh, God. There's like 3 golems.
He is now known as Viagra-tola. By the way, 11 a.m. Eastern, if you're watching this as a clip, tune in, 11 a.m. Eastern. We stream every day. We're old school. We stream at the same time, same place every day, live with you. We can look at where we stand. So Navy, so their leadership, oil. Oil obviously spiked. It was a historical spike to $117 a barrel. Now it's back around $90 a barrel, with his well within the parameters of something that could be considered normal.
And it went down very fast. In pre-trading and the pre-market, like Sunday night, it started going up. And then within a couple of hours of the market opening yesterday, it started going right back down.
Well, that's what the value to an X trends, because you'll see you'll still see this morning when I got up the trend, like oil price spikes. And then you see right
23 hours old
right below it, the next trend is oil price back down. This is why, guys, you do have to, obviously you have to deal with battles as they come up, but you do have to focus on the long game. And unfortunately, that doesn't lend itself well to the climate of shorts and a clip and a clip and a clip and click farming and rage baiting. So that's why we provide the references, and we do try and call balls and strikes in this. Last night, by the way, President Trump vowed to keep energy flowing through the Strait of Hormuz when some bad actors maybe were trying to control it. He said, if Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder. Harder, something the so-called new Ayatollah has a problem with. Don't worry, it happens to lots of Ayatollahs.
Maybe it wasn't the right goat for you.
This is a gift from the United States of America to China and all those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. Hopefully it is a gesture that will be greatly appreciated. It should be. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Also, by the way, pretty important, President Trump, he condemned, or I guess you would say put on blast, Israel for bombing some oil-related sites. He was pretty upset, and he told them not to do that, which brings us to the opposite of that. I think it's important to contrast. President Trump is clearly, whether you agree with his action or not, he's leading the dance. This is all about China. He's been pulling those levers. And he's leading the dance with Israel, saying, these are the parameters. We are the ones who are setting the rules here. You don't go and bomb this oil site. How much you want to bet that Israel plays ball with that going forward? People can be mad about it happening, or people can recognize for the first time you have a president who says, no, we're not doing that. Enter Lindsey Graham, which brings us to the latest installment of You're Not Helping.
I'm sorry. Donald Trump would totally say that. Don't worry. It happens to lots of us.
Not me, of course, but ask Melania.
Look, never go full Lindsey Graham. Here's what he did yesterday on Fox News.
The Jews have been down that road before. To our friends in Israel, God bless you. I'm with you in every way. To all the anti-Seminites, to all the isolationists, I don't believe. forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for. Finally, to my friends in Saudi Arabia.
I disagree with
I've been your
pretty much all of that.
champion. I think the Crown Prince has taken Saudi Arabia in a completely different direction in a good way. But here's what I want to say to Saudi Arabia tonight. I'm willing to do a mutual defense agreement with your country to give you protection in perpetuity. Under the agreement I've been pushing, and I hope we can continue to talk about, if you're attacked by Iran, we would go to war for you. To Saudi Arabia, our embassy was hid in Riyadh. Do you not have an obligation to join the fight with us? You've yet to do that. So if you do not believe the American embassy being attacked in Riyadh would trigger mutual self-defense, maybe we shouldn't do a treaty with you.
Jesus.
Hey, you know, like, how do you have the authority to do that? Lindsey Graham? Also, I disagree with Israel's the greatest ally. By the way, there's something really uncomfortable about a guy with that accent saying, the Jews. Like, the Jews, I'm not with you anti-Seminites. Israel's the greatest ally we could ever hope for. Nope. They're a better ally than Iran. I know some people disagree with that. I certainly would choose aligning with Israel over Iran. They are not the greatest ally we could ask for. Absolutely not. They've had some missteps. They do some things that I don't like. I will be with Iran. I will be with Israel till my dying breath. Why?
Till the day I die.
I don't think he's familiar with that, but yes.
Yeah, no.
Why? Shouldn't you be with America till the day you die? This is the problem that people, it's not anti-Semitic for people saying, I'm tired of that rhetoric. This seems like someone has an ulterior motive. You should be with Israel where they serve the interest of the United States. And whenever that ceases to be the case, you point it out. This is the kind of rhetoric that makes people think, and it seems, frankly, to me, like Israel is a greater priority to someone like Lindsey Graham than the United States, especially in contrast to Donald Trump. Let's contrast that. Israel's the greatest ally we could ever hope for. Donald Trump saying, stop bombing the oil sites, you Jews.
Well, that's not the first thing he said. You remember, they don't know what the F they're doing.
They don't know what the F they're doing. I think they do. They're the best.
Yeah.
They're the best among us. I love their hats.
They make me look big.
So, look, this is the thing. I get it. When you have people who blame the Jews for all of the ills of the world, that's a problem. But to deny the valid criticism and skepticism of someone like a Lindsey Graham, especially as it is in diametric opposition to the approach that this president has taken. Lindsey Graham, shut up. This has been You're Not Helping. Hey, since we're doing that, time for another PSA.
So the best time to drink your teeny skinny is 15 minutes after you wake up and before breakfast, because you want to boost your metabolism right away.
Yeah, that actually, by the way, that was a fitness trend. They were, I believe they lost a case with the FTC for like 50. It was just laxatives, to be clear. So don't fall for all the influencer fitness trends out there. There's always a new one. It could be a fitness belt. It could be some kind of detox tea. That's why it's the only company that I've created outside of this show, Foundation. It's a multivitamin supplement. You can go to foundationdaily.com. It includes clinically effective doses of clinically effective ingredients, namely turmeric, curcumin, and garlic to help with your lipids, to help with inflammation. If you wanted to actually get all of these, well, everything that's in here, you'd have to buy all of these to get what's in this. It's the best multivitamin on earth. Also, complete transparency with the label, good manufacturing practices, FDA-registered facility, and you get certificates of analysis, lab tests available upon request. If you eat a perfect diet, you don't have any aches and pains, your cholesterol is great, you probably don't need it. If you want the best multivitamin supplement out there that isn't promising you the panacea for all your ills, like laxative tea, then go to foundationdaily.com. It will cost you about $150 a month, or you can become a subscriber, save 40% for life. We're really proud of it, and let me know if it's helped a lot of people. Gerald has cut down on the
$150
ad
is the
bill.
ingredients. That's not what the price is on this, and you get 40% off of a much lower price.
No, exactly. It would be this would be $150 a month, because you need a multivitamin, you need turmeric, you need curcumin, you'd get garlic, you get a magnesium supplement, and not everyone needs that. If you don't have any joint pain, if you're young and spry and you don't need it. But if you do, hey, it makes a big difference. So you get 40% off. It's significantly less than what you would. It's what I've been using. These are the only supplements, along with creatine, I've been using for a very long time. And Josh, what are you doing, sir?
Drinking tea.
Is that? Did you hear anything that I was just talking about?
No. I got to try to lose some weight. I got this tea going.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we were discussing. All right. Okay. We'll deal with that later. Just you can take the camera off. FoundationDaily.com.
Oh God.
Okay. Put the tea down. He's still drinking it. Stop it. All right.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's a different kind of show.
It's a real product.
Don't worry, it happens to lots of third chairs. All right, that's it. Billy, okay, that's it. FoundationDaily.com. This is, not a pet product of mine, but I just hate the influencer trends out there.
That's how this started. This started out of spite.
Yes, it did start out of spite. Well, also because you were like, look, you turned down so much. I'm like, I'm not going to run any of these supplement companies.
Like, make your own.
Bull crap. I was like, fine, I will.
You did it. And it was like, okay.
And then I went to a company. I was like, I bet you they won't make this because it's going to be too expensive for them to make, and it's going to be a lower profit margin. Then we found a company. I was like, you're bullshitting.
You're welcome.
So we're glad that it's there. Also, we will be talking about fake influencers and fake fitness when we talk about War Machine.
Oh, come on.
And that actor who's all natural.
Yeah, that guy.
Clean, living in hair plugs and fake tan.
Jack Reacher.
And dental implants.
What'd you call me?
No. All right, let's save it because we have a lot. We have a lot for War Machine. And by the way, of course, Josh was an Army Ranger for quite a long time, so he has some inside baseball on that. Islam. Look, let's get to this. Let me give you a roadmap here. You can check the references just in case you're going, is this worth my time? Islam is a problem for any Western nation. Okay? I don't think that it will ever be compatible with the United States of America, certainly not our Constitution, and certainly not the values that most Americans actually hold near and dear to their hearts in this country. And I know people say you can't have a litmus test, but we're kind of getting close to that point because after what happened in New York, the day before yesterday, I believe it was happened this weekend, and Mamdani's response, and you see the left grooming, coaching, trying to desensitize the public, whitewashing. It's important for you to know that this is not the first time this has happened. And I don't mean international terrorism. I mean domestic, so-called westernized Muslims who are a ticking time bomb. Take someone who comes to this country and seems to be compatible with your values, and if they are a practicing Islamist who follows the Quran, just add time. And eventually, my belief is you're going to have a problem. May not be IEDs, may not be honor killings. It may manifest itself in some other way. It doesn't have to get to that. But we see a lot of those too. Let's be honest, Islam is simply incompatible with America. Okay, so this is the current story. You know about this. Two Islamists who were legally in the United States, which is why my only grievance, I should say, my grievances aren't limited to illegal immigration. They include legal immigration as well, including H-1Bs and people who come from countries who don't share our values and advocate that their citizens overthrow our government. So two Islamists on Saturday drove from Pennsylvania to New York City and attempted to kill, attempted to kill a lot of people with IEDs, culminating in, because of this liberal protester, they're defending Islam as the bomb went over his shoulder, culminating in what should be Time's moment of the year.
We were born and raised in New York, and we want everyone here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
Now, you'd love to be able to say, record scratch, it is at that moment that I realized I screwed up. But he won't. That guy is going to welcome his invaders. Here is another angle for people who missed it.
And we want everyone here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from outside. And
it's like, where's lesbian Waldo?
That guy came from outside.
Yeah, people running towards the bomb. Good idea.
Yeah.
I gotta get a shot at this.
Yeah.
It'll be your last shot.
And this brings us to the conditioning, the whitewashing, the sanitizing. This matters because it's an ongoing war. Something like this happens, which, by the way, is entirely within the bounds of expectations. And then Mamdani, mayor of New York, and New York deserves what they get at this point in time, if they're okay with this. He started his press conference condemning white supremacy because Jake Lang was there, right? He was involved with the protests. Some people were there protesting Islamic encroachment, and that's why the bomb was thrown, for people having the gall to insinuate that it wasn't peaceful.
To prove they're peaceful, they threw a bomb.
Exactly. So Mamdani decided to call out the bigotry, the supremacy, but not in the way you think, in a false way, and then never mentioned the Islamic motive.
This was a vile protest rooted in white supremacy entitled Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City. I'm the first Muslim mayor of our city. Anti-Muslim bigotry is nothing new to me, nor is it anything new for the 1 million or so Muslim New Yorkers who know this city as our home. Let me also be clear about something else. New York City will never tolerate violence, whether from protests or counter-protests. Many of the counter-protesters met this display of bigotry peacefully, with a vision of a city that is welcoming to all. But a few did not. Two men, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Qayyumi, traveled from Pennsylvania and attempted to bring violence to New York City. They are suspected of coming here to commit an act of terrorism.
Why? What was their motivation? If you were to listen to that, you would think that the anti-Islam protests were violent. They weren't. So he falsely attributes a motive, white supremacy, to the protest against violent Islam, then doesn't attribute a codified, ideological, religious motive to the actual terrorists. Do you think that's by accident?
Stephen, suspected terrorist.
Right.
He made sure it is a suspected act of terrorism.
Sorry,
We're not sure yet what it was.
Right. Yeah.
It could have been just a fun prank.
Yeah, it could have.
And psychology play a role in substance use disorder. History's role in creating cultural stigma, and taking a look at our own perceptions and experiences of substance use. We will also look at where SUD starts, understand the continuum, discuss SUD as a brain disease, and understand the public health concerns about SUD. The objectives of this training are as follows. But first, let's take a look at the human brain. The brain is the most dynamic and complex organ in our bodies. The brain's proper functioning ensures our very survival. When our brains function well, we are constantly adapting to our environment. Ironically, it's the brain's ability to be so adaptive that contributes to the formation of SUD. Substance use causes changes to the brain in at least 4 fundamental ways. All addictive drugs affect brain pathways involving reward. That is the dopamine system in the reward pathway. Drugs of abuse affect the brain much more dramatically than natural rewards, such as food and social interactions. To bring stimulation down to a more manageable level, the brain must try to adapt. One way the brain compensates is to reduce the number of dopamine receptors at the synapse. In addition, neurons increase their number of dopamine transporters more quickly, clearing dopamine from the synapse. These changes make the brain less responsive to the drug, but they also decrease the brain's response to natural rewards. This response is referred to as tolerance. Within seconds to minutes of entering the body, drugs cause dramatic changes to the synapses in the brain. By activating the brain's reward circuitry, drugs deliver a jolt of intense pleasure. As the brain continues to adapt to the presence of the drug, regions outside the reward pathway are also. Over time, brain regions responsible for judgment, decision-making, learning, and memory begin to physically change, making certain behaviors hardwired. In some brain regions, connections between neurons are pruned back. In others, neurons form more connections. Once these changes take place, drug-seeking behavior becomes driven by habit, almost reflex. The drug user's brain becomes dependent upon these drugs. These brain scans highlight dopamine receptors, with areas of highest density shown in red. The meth abuser has severely reduced receptor levels. Dopamine and SUD, separating myths and facts. You've probably heard of dopamine as a pleasure chemical that's been associated with addiction. Think of the term dopamine rush. People use it to describe the flood of pleasure that comes from buying something new or after a long run. But some of what you've heard may be more myth than fact. Experts are still studying exactly how dopamine, a neurotransmitter, works in the context of addiction. Many believe it trains your brain to avoid unpleasant experiences and seek out pleasurable ones. There is a popular misconception that people experiencing SUD are actually addicted to dopamine, rather than the drugs or certain activities. Experiences that make you feel good, including using drugs, activate your brain's reward center, which responds by releasing dopamine. This release causes your brain to focus more of its attention on the experience. As a result, you're left with a strong memory of the pleasure you felt. The strong memory can prompt you to make an effort to experience it again by using drugs or seeking out certain experiences, but the drug or activity is still the underlying source of behavior. It's this role in reinforcing your brain's quest for pleasure that's led many to associate dopamine with addiction. But it's not that simple. While dopamine does play a role in SUD, this role is complex.
There are over 100 known chemicals.
Generally speaking, when you experience a positive sensation and dopamine is released into the pathways of the reward center, your brain takes note of the following. Your brain looks for any cues from your environment that can help you find it again. When you're exposed to those environmental cues, you'll begin to feel the same drive to seek out that same pleasure. The drive can be incredibly powerful, creating an urge that's hard to control. And what exactly is tolerance? In the context of drugs, tolerance refers to the point at which you stop feeling the effects of a drug to the same degree that you used to, even though you're consuming the same amount of the drug. If you develop a tolerance to a substance, you'll need more of it to feel the same effects you're used to. Dopamine plays a role in that process. Consistent drug misuse eventually leads to overstimulation of the reward center. Its pathways become overwhelmed, making it harder for it to handle high levels of dopamine being released. The brain tries to solve this problem in two ways. It decreases dopamine production and reduces dopamine receptors. Either change generally results in the substance having less of an effect due to a weaker response by the brain's reward center. Still, the craving to use remains. It just takes more of the drug to satisfy it. There's no single cause of SUD. SUD is a complex brain disorder that doesn't have a single obvious cause. Dopamine plays a role, but it's one small piece of a larger puzzle. Experts believe a range of biological and environmental factors can significantly increase someone's risk for SUD. Some of these biological factors include genes, health history, and the developmental stage in which one began to use the substances. Environmental factors, particularly for children and teenagers, include home life. Living with or near people who misuse drugs can increase risk. Social influences. Having friends who take drugs can make it more likely for them to try it or potentially develop an SUD. Challenges in school. Having trouble socially or academically can increase your risk of trying drugs and eventually developing an SUD. These are just some of the many factors that can contribute to SUD. Keep in mind, they don't mean an SUD will definitely develop. Commonly used substances.
Which substances are most commonly used and what are their effects? Two useful resources include the Drugs of Abuse page on the National Institute of Health and the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Other Drugs page on SAMHSA's website. Grouping substances into general categories makes it easier to talk about and compare them. Substances are typically grouped depending on their effect and active ingredient. We are usually familiar with the pleasurable effects of substances such as euphoria, relaxation, or increased alertness. But these are not the only effects the substances have on our body. What other effects do they have? For a more complete listing of substances, street names, and effects, the National Institute on Drug Abuse has the latest facts, publications, and articles. Alcohol has a profound effect on the complex structures of the brain. It blocks chemical signals between neurons, leading to symptoms of intoxication, including impulsive behavior, slurred speech, poor memory, and slow reflexes. If heavy drinking continues over a long period of time, the brain adapts to the blocked signals by responding more dramatically to certain neurotransmitters. After alcohol leaves the system, the brain continues overactivating the neurotransmitters, causing painful and potentially dangerous withdrawal symptoms that can damage the brain cells. This damage is made worse by drinking binges and sudden withdrawal. Alcohol's damage to the brain can take several forms. The first is neurotoxicity, which occurs when the neurons overreact to neurotransmitters for too long. Too much exposure to a neurotransmitter can cause neurons to eventually burn out. Since neurons make up the pathways between the different parts of the brain, when they begin burning out, it can cause a noticeable slowing to the reactions of these pathways. In addition to pathway damage, brain matter itself is also damaged by heavy alcohol use. People with alcohol dependence often experience brain shrinkage, which is reduced volume of both gray matter and white matter over time. There are some subtle differences in how brain damage occurs in both men and women, but regardless of gender, loss of brain matter increases with age and amount of alcohol consumed. When someone abuses opioids like fentanyl, OxyContin, or heroin, they slowly grow tolerant of these drugs over time. The brain grows accustomed to the way the drugs make the brain feel and function. It adjusts its functioning to accommodate the continual presence of these drugs and loses the ability to function without the drug being present. Even medicinal use of particular drugs can alter the structure of the brain permanently. When abused in large amounts, the damage that the drugs do to the brain may be irreversible or potentially life-threatening. People who abuse drugs are more likely to suffer from memory loss and act out of character. Here are some common effects. The cycle of addiction runs a lot deeper than the limbic reward system, though. From there, that system affects the other systems in the brain. The regions in the brain that regulate behavior and judgment will also be altered by prolonged opioid use. Regions that govern organization and reasoning will be changed as well. Over time, SUD can trigger changes throughout much of the brain. This is the primary reason that SUD is such a hard illness to manage. But the good news is that it's treatable. With evidence-based comprehensive care, SUD can be effectively managed, and many of the changes in the brain caused by opioid abuse can be reversed. Understanding a person's substance use requires knowing not only what the person uses, but how he or she uses the substances. A person's use falls along a continuum ranging from no use to the chronic relapsing brain disease known as substance use disorder, SUD. The DSM-5 no longer uses the term substance abuse and substance dependence. Rather refers to substance use disorders, which are defined as mild, moderate, or severe. The level of severity is determined by the number of diagnostic criteria met by an individual. These are the most common substance use disorders. Recently, SUD has been recognized as a chronic brain disease, as it involves periods of recovery and relapse. Medication and behavior changes needed to manage and treat the disease. Yet currently, SUDs are viewed and treated differently from other chronic diseases. The reason SUDs are treated differently are because of stigma and discrimination. A father explained that his friends, family, and community offered help and brought dinner when his wife had cancer and when his daughter was in an accident. Then he discovered that no one brings dinner when your daughter is an addict. Why? The differentiation between SUD and other chronic diseases can also influence how healthcare providers are educated. In your professional education, how often have you had a course, a unit, or even a lesson on SUD? Why do we view and react to SUDs differently than, say, diabetes? The willpower has nothing to do with addiction. Diseases such as diabetes, cancer, heart disease, and SUD similarly follow a pattern of self-care, remission, and relapse. These can be managed and treated, but not necessarily cured. Changes in the brain make SUD more difficult to cope with as physical dependency is formed. The ability to make rational decisions is destroyed by the loss of behavioral control. Willpower is subjective and not measurable. We need to use behavioral methods, medications, and the limited amount of scientific data to truly understand effective methods of treating SUD. When explaining SUD to someone who has not experienced it, it's essential to communicate that their brains are different. Changes in neurons and circuits do compromise health and decision making. Psychological issues can make a person susceptible to SUD, but also can occur after the SUD begins. Severe mental illnesses can make a person 1.5 times more likely to go through substance abuse. Mood disorders, panic and anxiety, and personality disorders have considerable amounts of susceptibility to SUD. Diseases of this criteria include bipolar disorder, general anxiety, schizophrenia, and depression. People suffering from anxiety and mood disorders are 2 times more likely to develop SUD. Some people find it difficult to learn how to explain SUD because they may hide information on their mental health status. According to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, those with schizophrenia are 4 times more likely to develop SUD, and bipolar disorders are more than 5 times more likely. Working in reverse, people who have suffered from SUD are likely to have a mental illness. Among people who use alcohol, mental illness plays a key role. Anxiety and PTSD are classified as the most diagnosed illnesses among alcoholics. Connecting both SUD and mental illness is called dual diagnosis. The treatments for dual diagnosis often address the problems associated with both problem areas. Treatment centers that treat coinciding issues tend to have the best results in life management and sobriety. Mental illnesses and SUD both can be classified as diseases. SUD cannot be cured, but adequately managed with the appropriate treatment. Mental illnesses are not all diseases, although some have the same criteria when it comes to management and coping versus curing. A person's regular environment revolves around friends, family, lifestyle activities, and economic status. With these factors, an environment could also include peer pressure, potential abuse, stress, and exposure to drugs. For every SUD, different factors take part of why it was initially started. Other than the environment, a person's genetic makeup can also present a mental disorder. This is especially difficult to understand because unless you're pre-diagnosed, the SUD is not necessarily foreseen. There are also stages in an individual's life that can affect a person's risk for SUD. Teens are in a dangerous and vulnerable time of their lives where drug use is deemed trendy and their brains are still in development. Think of how problems of chronic illnesses such as diabetes or heart disease are typically discussed and addressed. Is the emphasis on science or on stigma? Compare this to how we've dealt with substance use disorder. Historically, we've addressed them as a social problem. During the late 1800s and early 1900s, the Anti-Saloon League lobbied to prohibit consumption of alcohol, which was blamed for many social ills. These efforts led to the passage of prohibition in 1920. A moral problem? Ever see the 1930s anti-drug film Reefer Madness? This exaggerated exploitation film on the use of marijuana or reefer cigarettes shows innocent teenagers being lured by evil drug dealers into a world of jazz parties, crime, and tragedy. A personal responsibility problem. In the 1980s, federal prevention and education programs such as Just Say No to Drugs campaign focused on personal responsibility as the means of resisting pressure to use substances. In the 1980s and 1990s, it was a criminal justice problem. Public service ads urged citizens to help reduce crime. Users are losers, according to highly popular icon McGruff the Crime Dog. Stigma can be a powerful obstacle in our ability to recognize, understand, and effectively address problematic substance use and substance use disorders in our lives and others. Science is the best way to dispel misinformation and stigma. There are many articles about how science has revolutionized the understanding of SUD. Because the very language we use can contribute to perpetuating stigma and discrimination, healthcare professionals are working to replace stigmatizing problem-first language with people-first language. How to use people-first language instead of problem-first language. Here are some examples of people-first versus problem-first language. To learn more about person-first language and to see additional resources, here are some ideas to get you started. And there's so much more. Every day there are medical and clinical advancements in our understanding of SUD, and what's important to remember is that it is a curable brain disorder. As professionals in our industry, we have to remember to put empathy first. Borrowed from Freud, the notion of empathy indicates the capacity to feel with the other in a movement of sensory and emotional understanding. Lebovici characterizes the notion of empathy as nonverbal expression of body language. The state of empathy, or the quality to be empathetic, consists of perceiving and collecting the exact internal frame of someone else, as if we were this person ourselves. Thus, it means seizing the pain or the pleasure of the other one as the other one feels them, and to perceive the causes as they perceive them. According to Carl Rogers, empathy supposes that you're sensitive at any time to the stream of changing meanings of the other person, but also their fear, anger, tenderness, confusion, or whatever they're feeling. We shall try to determine the link which can exist between the use of psychoactive substances and seeking for empathy. As managers and direct care staff, this type of shared empathy is important. It creates a foundation for teamwork, authenticity, and helps you and your coworkers adapt to daily stress and be better equipped to deal with burnout and general fatigue that occurs in the industry. We hope you enjoyed this training and that you begin to use some of the ideas and strategies you learned today.
It's too weak. Take two drugs.
Hello, and welcome to the Hatch training on cultural competence and improved client outcomes in substance use disorders. My name is Abby Yates, and I'm a part of the training team here at Hatch, and we're happy to have you here today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kirsten. I'm also part of the training and research team here at Hatch. Excited to dive into this topic. Let's get started.
By the end of today's training, you will be able to understand what cultural competence means and how it can be used effectively in your program and facility, understand the impact of not creating an environment that's culturally competent, and understand the importance of cultural competence in providing mental health care. Cultural competence is essential for effective behavioral and mental health treatment. It involves understanding and respecting different facets of an individual's identity and life circumstances to provide individualized care. People often associate cultural competence with being aware of an individual's racial or ethnic background. While that may be an important area of focus for some individuals, others may feel other areas of their lives need to be considered as part of their treatment. Some of these other areas of focus could be in regards to religion, spirituality, sexual orientation, family or romantic relationship dynamics, socioeconomic status, veteran or military status, gender, ability, or another area. Being culturally competent does not mean that you are expected to be an expert in knowing exactly what the person needs based on their unique identity. It means that you recognize that can impact how a person views or wants to interact with the world, and that you will work with them to individualize their treatment program to have improved outcomes in their recovery. Great. Kirsten now will take us through the impact of non-culturally competent programs and client outcomes.
While direct quantitative data, specifically isolating the impact of non-culturally competent programs on client outcomes, can be challenging to pinpoint, the broader research on cultural competence and its relationship to healthcare disparities paints a clear picture. What we see in terms of evidence of the negative impact is we see higher dropout rates. Studies have consistently shown higher dropout rates among minority populations in various treatment programs. While multiple factors contribute to this, lack of cultural sensitivity is often cited as a significant contributor, if not the top contributor. Lower treatment engagement. Clients from diverse backgrounds are less likely to fully engage in treatment when they feel misunderstood or alienated, leading to poorer outcomes. Increased relapse rates. A lack of cultural competence can hinder the development of effective relapse prevention plans, leading to higher relapse rates among minority populations and poor overall health outcomes. Cultural incompetence can contribute to a range of negative health outcomes, medically, mentally, and emotionally. These can include issues like chronic diseases, mental health concerns, or substance use. And so it's critical that these are identified as areas to focus on to fully support the individual in their treatment. I'm just going to now dive in to what some of the research has said in terms of some specific examples of lack of cultural competence in programs that are leading to these increased dropout rates and lower engagement that we're seeing.
Yeah, so here are some examples of the negative impacts that could happen when you are not culturally competent. We have language barriers. So clients with limited English proficiency may struggle to understand treatment information, leading to miscommunication, non-adherence to treatment plans, and poorer outcomes. Stigma and discrimination. A lack of cultural sensitivity can reinforce negative stereotypes and discriminatory attitudes, leading to feelings of shame, isolation, and reduced motivation for recovery. And also a misunderstanding of cultural beliefs. Ignoring or dismissing clients' cultural beliefs and practices can erode trust and hinder the development of a therapeutic alliance. While specific data on the exclusive impact of non-culturally competent programs is limited, the following sources provide valuable insights. So SAMHSA, there are reports on disparities in substance abuse treatment outcomes among different racial and ethnic groups. National Institute on Drug Abuse, there's research on the impact of cultural factors on substance use and treatment. And the Office of Minority Health, there is data on health disparities that affect minority populations. It's important to note that while direct quantitative data may be limited, the overwhelming body of evidence supports the critical role of cultural competence in achieving positive client outcomes. Kirsten, do you want to talk through negative impacts?
Yeah, sure. I think one that's important, I think there's two that I really want to pull out, but I think one in particular that comes to my mind is the language barriers. I see this happen a lot where I think sometimes programs will have an assumption about the population that they're wanting to serve. And I think that it becomes very narrow where it's like, well, we're going to serve, English speakers only, which is, you're able to set that up in terms of your program. And I think kind of the next step of just trying to be really culturally competent is recognizing that people have different educational backgrounds, which might impact their ability to understand the English language. Even if we're all speaking the same language, the way that we use it might look really different. So where I really see this show up is when facilities will have intake forms or marketing materials or like pamphlets with information that is probably created by an individual, a staff member that maybe has higher education. And it's maybe written in a way that is difficult for individuals of not the same higher education to understand.
Yeah, it's like
I see this happen.
Not accessible.
Exactly. I think a lot of times when we hear language barriers, we talk about different languages, but sometimes being mindful that we all might be speaking the same language, but the words that we're using, the vocabulary is different. And I think especially in healthcare where there's so much jargon, there's
acronyms.
Yes. Yes. Acronyms is a great example. But, people might not know what their treatment plan goals are, but, how can we help you? What are you looking to improve? What do you want to work on? Right? They might be able to answer that question. But if you say, okay, come up with 3 treatment plan goals, they might be like, I don't know what you're talking about right now. Do you know what, they're trying to think of other examples, but I think especially in the healthcare setting, we're extremely guilty of this. Where we use language that is unique to us and, sometimes is confusing to the general population, and especially individuals that maybe have different knowledge bases and abilities to understand. I think we tend to communicate in a way that can be really difficult. So I think language barriers is a huge one that is really easy of let's go through all of the, email correspondence, the paperwork that's being filled out by the client, go through any paperwork that you give them in terms of, oh, here's a pamphlet on substance use for families, right, as an educational thing. Sometimes those are often written by individuals that in a language that is just difficult for the average person to understand. So I think that is is an example, and we'll dive into this a little bit more later, but I think that's a great one where you might be thinking well, we only work with English speaking clients, so that's not an issue for us. It might still be an area that could potentially be impacting your clients if a lot of your language is really high level, or you would require higher education or just better understanding of healthcare than maybe your clients have. And the other one, the misunderstanding of cultural beliefs, I think this is really common where a lot of individuals it's really easy to feel defensive about this and say, well, I care, we don't care what our client's religion is or their cultural beliefs are. We accept everyone. And so this is not us. We would never ignore or dismiss it. I think that's a really common response. The other really common one we see is well, you can't expect for me to know all cultural beliefs. And I hear that. And the expectation isn't that you know all of them, but that you're engaging in a conversation with clients and asking them if they have any cultural beliefs that they would like to bring into treatment. And then if they give you that information, to then utilize it and respect it throughout the process. I think a lot of times when we talk about the misunderstanding, and I think we do dive into this more later on in slides, but I think it's important because I think when you see this slide, it's really easy for people to be like, well, I would never just ignore cultural beliefs, or I would never, we accept all cultures. I think we hear that probably the most common is well, we accept everyone, so this isn't a problem for us. We're not arguing whether you accept everyone or not. I think the opportunity could possibly be, are we making sure that we ask clients this question, maybe give them some examples of what other clients may be doing that might continue to add to their treatment plan, and then making sure that we document that so that we continue valuing those things at the level that the client wants us to value them at throughout their treatment. So I think those two are kind of the biggest ones that come out to me that I think it's really easy to say, oh, that's not relevant to us, but it actually might be more relevant than people realize.
Totally. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Okay, so over the next few slides, we will discuss how being culturally competent can improve client outcomes.
So the National Institute of Drug Abuse actually does research pretty consistently on therapeutic relationships and treatment outcomes. And what the research shows is that it is critical to build a deep therapeutic relationship to have clients have the outcomes that they're desiring. Studies have shown that clients from diverse backgrounds are more likely to engage in treatment when they feel understood and respected by the therapeutic staff that are there. And there's two kind of main things that they have identified. Number one is building trust, and number two is improved rapport. So clients feel more comfortable and understood when their cultural background is acknowledged and respected. Again, going back to what I had just kind of talked about on the previous slide, you're not expected to be the expert in their culture, but that you give them an opportunity to acknowledge their cultural background, and once information is given about it, it's respected. Next one is improved rapport. Effective communication and empathy are fostered, leading to stronger therapeutic relationships. again, going back to just respecting the individual and being mindful of our communication, making sure that when we're talking verbally, that we're communicating in a way that our client understands and feels supported in. The other one I'm going to talk about for this is increased access to care. So SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, has data that indicates that cultural barriers significantly impact access to substance use treatment for marginalized populations. Programs that incorporate cultural competence have been shown to increase utilization for services. The two main things that they really pull out from their research is reducing barriers and encouraging engagement. So cultural competence helps identify and address cultural barriers to treatment, such as language, transportation, or stigma. So like we talked about earlier, being really mindful of not just providing information in different languages if your client base needs it, but also providing it in English in a way that can be understood by the general population is critical. Transportation can be a huge barrier for, depending on your location. So not necessarily having to provide transportation, but being mindful of locations that are accessible to public transportation, and also providing information to clients about transportation services such as buses, taxis, Uber, kind of utilizing those types of resources has also seen significant improvements in reducing barriers for clients. And again, going back to stigma, just being really cognizant about the language that we're using and recognizing that clients might come in with their own stigma and creating a safe space for them to talk about it, maybe ask questions to help reduce some of the stigma that they're feeling from their community. Also talking about the other big thing that comes up a lot in SAMHSA's research is encouraging engagement. Clients from diverse backgrounds are more likely to seek and engage in treatment when they feel welcomed and supported. This is critical across all backgrounds, but it's so important for individuals to feel like we are excited to have them, we want to have them, that we follow up. Sometimes individuals, especially that maybe internally in their own support networks, are maybe they have concerns about treatment or healthcare. They haven't had good experiences. They might be experiencing in their community some resistance to them engaging in treatment. So if treatment staff really kind of take the extra step to show that they're welcomed, that they're supported, that they're wanted to be there, that they follow up when maybe they're late to an appointment or miss an appointment, and just create that opportunity of like, hey, we really want you here. That's where we see really high results in ongoing engagement and retention of the client. So something to be really mindful of. Not everyone's families or communities might be supportive, or they might have just questions or concerns about healthcare or mental health, behavioral health treatment. So ensuring that we are really showing up for our clients and creating a safe space for them where they feel welcomed and supported in this decision can make a huge difference in them continuing to engage in the program. Now, Abby, I think you have some information from the Office of Minority Health about tailored treatment plans, right?
Yeah, so the Office of Minority Health, OMH, they have research that supports the effectiveness of culturally tailored interventions. And their studies have demonstrated improved outcomes for clients when treatment plans address cultural beliefs, values, and practices. So some key takeaways: culturally relevant interventions. Treatment plans can be adapted to incorporate cultural values and beliefs, which will increase their effectiveness. And taking a holistic approach, addressing the interplay between substance use and cultural factors will lead to more comprehensive care. The National Institute on Drug Abuse, or the NIDA, they have some research that shows adherence to treatment is crucial for successful outcomes. Studies have shown that clients from diverse backgrounds are more likely to complete treatment when they experience cultural congruence in the treatment setting. This can lead to increased motivation. Clients are more likely to adhere to treatment plans when they feel culturally understood and supported. And this also leads to reduced dropout rates. So cultural competence can help prevent premature treatment termination. All right, and then Kirsten, I think you have one more for us, and then we can kind of deep dive into what these all mean.
Yes. So I want to talk a little bit about better long-term outcomes. So research from SAMHSA indicates that culturally competent care is associated with reduced relapse rates and improved overall well-being. Long-term outcomes are enhanced when treatment addresses the complex interplay between substance use or mental health and cultural factors. So when talking about sustained recovery, clients who receive culturally competent care are more likely to achieve long-term sobriety and improve overall well-being. Usually long-term sobriety is indicated of having at least 2 years of sobriety, potentially longer. And then reduced relapse. Addressing cultural factors that contribute to substance use can help prevent relapse rates. This is also true for mental health issues as well, although we might not use the term relapse, but we do see kind of improved recovery in mental health issues as well when cultural factors are involved in the prevention planning. All right, I know we talked about a lot of different improvements that come from the client experience or client outcomes by engaging in cultural competency. I want to pull at least one out between me and Abby and maybe kind of talk a little bit about it more. Could rather be surprising that this impacts client outcomes, or you find it really interesting and want to talk about it more. So Abby, is there anything in particular that kind of stuck out for you over the last couple slides here that you're like, wow, that's interesting, I wouldn't have thought about that, or something that you just feel like is really important to pull out?
I think something that stood out to me was kind of the intersectionality between incorporating cultural values and beliefs into treatment plans. And I think that's really relevant and important, and something that I think can be easily overlooked, but yet, like, obviously research shows that it is super effective. So that would be one to pull out for me. And I don't know if you have any specific examples of what that might look like. Because I think that one stood out to me as like, oh, like we can incorporate these values and beliefs into a treatment plan. So maybe talking through like what that could look like.
Yeah, it's a great call. I'm glad you picked that one. I do think, treatment plans are, I think a lot of clinicians or a lot of program staff get very stressed out by treatment plans. There's usually, quite a bit to them. And I think at this point, pretty much everyone is probably utilizing SMART goals in terms of treatment plans. Is this actionable? Is it measurable? Is it time bound? And you're kind of creating these like really tangible goals. And I think the idea of probably adding one more thing probably sounds really stressful. It's like, I'm already trying to keep track of all these other components and, make sure that it's compliant with our state, with Joint Commission. Treatment plans are so heavily reviewed by, any accrediting body. So I'm glad you pulled this one out. I think that it's really easy to incorporate your culturally relevant interventions, and there might not always be a need for it, right? So don't assume that like every single client now you need to ask about it. But if a client mentions, as an example, let's say that prayer is really important to them and that really helps them to, that when they're really struggling with recovery and potential relapse, they rely heavily on prayer, and that has been a really important place of support for them. I think that's something where it's when you talk about, okay, we're going to reduce these feelings of relapse, over the course of the next month, we're hoping to get down to this number, and then you can add through the support of prayer or other things, other methods that the client identifies, right? Like, I think it doesn't have to be done for every client, but if a client mentions something through their biopsychosocial or through their treatment planning that they're working with you on, and they identify, hey, this part of my culture, my belief, my values is really helpful, then let's talk about, like, do you want that to be included in terms of your goals so that we can come up with some, you've already mentioned that this gives you some support. So let's talk about, would you feel more confident setting this goal if you have this added support layer? Does that make sense, Abby, of an example?
Yeah, that's super helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. For me, what's really interesting, I think, and what's important to pull out is the better treatment outcomes. I mean, ultimately, our goal is for clients to maintain, whether it's their sobriety or recovery as it looks in mental health, and so I think recognizing the importance of culture is critical. I think sometimes, especially if you're in a residential facility, residential treatment is so hard, and I think it's such a tough transition for a lot of clients, right? Going from being in their home to being in this potentially medical or clinical environment. It's such a different environment than what they are used to. And it's 100% focused on their sobriety, but the goal is, right, that they will eventually leave that place and that they will go back to a non-institutional environment. I'll say maybe not necessarily back home, maybe they need to go somewhere else, but they will not be in a, regulated like medical or clinical environment, and that they can maintain their sobriety or recovery outside of that. If that's the goal, wouldn't we want to create opportunities for them to practice things that are important to them and connect it to recovery or sobriety so that they maintain that? To me, it's like that just goes really hand in hand, right? Because a clinical or medical like residential setting is just so different than at home, right? It's so regimented, as it should be, because that's the level of care that's needed. But in order for someone to truly have success with relapse, they have to get some opportunities to practice and create skills that will transfer into their everyday life. And so I think really focusing on those cultural values and what about them culturally is really important, and integrating it is so important because it creates that kind of bridge for them of like, okay, so, let's say that church is very important to you. You go every Sunday, maybe you go more frequently. And having that dedicated time is critical to your recovery. Let's practice some of that while you're in treatment so that when you go out into the real world, you can kind of have that consistency. And then not only is church providing you that kind of spiritual safe space that's really important to you, but now we've also connected it to your recovery, right? And that can continue to build and be an important part of your life, right? So I think this will look very different from client to client. There might not be anything that immediately comes to a client's mind that they want to connect. Some of them, there might be a whole bunch of things, right? And that's okay. We're not saying that this has to be done with every single client. You have to have cultural values or beliefs or traditions mentioned, but if they mention it, that it's important to them, then great. How do we continue to support that while you're in treatment so that then when you're out of treatment, whether that's residential or whether it's outpatient, but you've completed your outpatient time, that you feel like you have enough skills to continue implementing that and maintain your recovery afterwards.
So now we're going to talk about some key components of cultural competence and some language. So starting off with cultural awareness, you'll hear this a lot. And that's the understanding of one's own cultural biases and assumptions. So it's just being aware that everyone brings in their own kind of viewpoints on different aspects of life that might create some bias or assumptions or stigmas. So having kind of a self-awareness of those types of thoughts is cultural awareness. Moving into cultural knowledge. So that is when someone is learning about different cultures and their impact on substance use. So participating in this training is participating in cultural knowledge. Cultural skills, developing effective communication and cross-cultural interaction skills. So this is when we're basically taking the knowledge from cultural awareness and cultural knowledge and actually implementing it into our work. So by recognizing that people might have different stigmas or different opinions around, let's say, substance use, and using that in our interactions of people for people with different cultures, that would be utilizing a cultural skill. And then cultural desire, demonstrating a genuine commitment to providing culturally competent care. This is something that probably everyone at your facility has. Maybe they don't know the name for it, but genuinely believing that regardless of someone's cultural backgrounds, that we want everyone to feel like they're getting competent care and that we value kind of their unique circumstances and want to help them to be successful in their recovery in a way that works for them. So by incorporating cultural competence into substance use treatment, providers can create a more inclusive and effective environment that empowers clients to achieve their recovery goals. Again, ultimately, when we're talking about cultural competence, it's about just empowering the client to support them in recovery in a way that works for them based on their own unique background. That's all it really comes down to, is just recognizing that the way we view the world probably is going to look different because of various aspects of our lives, and that the same is true for our clients. And so we just need to support them and encourage them to be aware of that so that they can have the best recovery possible. Now, I think probably what me and Abby are most excited about in this training is to dive into some really tangible examples of how to go about demonstrating cultural competence. I think this is something that gets asked a lot in these types of trainings of, okay, I agree cultural competence is important. You showed me the data on the impact it has on client care, but what does this actually look like in practice? What can we tangibly do today in our program to reflect that, right? So Abby is going to kick us off and start talking about what are some action-oriented, what are some real tangibles that we can take away from this training to ensure that we're engaging in cultural competence.
Okay, so yeah, let's talk about some examples of what this looks like. So starting with enhancing trust and building rapport through active listening, fully attending to your client's perspective and experiences without interrupting or making any judgments. That's an example of what active listening can look like. Empathy, so demonstrating an understanding and compassion for your client's feelings and the challenges that they may be facing. And respectful communication, using language that's clear, concise, avoids jargon or stigmatizing terms. So I think we talked earlier about how it can be really confusing when we're using like acronyms or big words that might come naturally to you through doing this practice, but your clients might not know those terms or that language or acronyms. So just being mindful of that can really help enhance that trust and build rapport. And then moving on to increasing access to care, what this can look like. Language services, so providing interpreters or translated materials to ensure effective communication. Transportation assistance, looking into transportation options or collaborating with community partners to provide transportation, or just knowing what to offer your client of like, here is where the bus stops are. So just having access to that, because I know we've talked too about how that can feel like it's a really big burden when sometimes it's just being able to point out to your client where to find these resources in the community. And then flexible scheduling, accommodating clients with work or family commitments by offering evening or weekend appointments, especially if clients have children, might be in a single parent home. So thinking outside the box there. And then tailoring treatment plans. So this can look like incorporating cultural beliefs, integrating traditional healing practices or spiritual beliefs into treatment plans when appropriate, addressing cultural factors, so exploring the impact of cultural stressors, discrimination, or trauma on substance use, and looking to involve family or the community. So encouraging family participation when it makes sense, and collaborating with community resources. And then improving treatment adherence. So this can look like cultural specific support groups, offering groups that cater to specific cultural or ethnic backgrounds. An example of this could be some facilities offer special tracks or groups for veterans and or first responders that could have additional trauma-informed approaches to address the unique needs of these populations. Peer mentoring, pairing clients with culturally similar mentors for additional support, and educational materials, so providing culturally relevant educational materials and resources. Kirsten, anything you want to pull out from this slide?
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many. I think I'm going to start off with pulling out the tailoring the treatment plans, because the treatment plan is really what guides us through recovery. And in my head, I think this is one of the easiest, honestly, like low maintenance things that facilities can do in terms of demonstrating cultural competence. And you had mentioned three things: incorporating cultural beliefs, addressing cultural factors, and involving family and community. And I think the biggest thing for this is just making sure that those questions are asked as you're building the treatment plan. That's literally all it is. I think sometimes if we talk about increasing programming, developing, transportation, like for a facility watching this train, they might be like, oh my gosh, that's so overwhelming. That's a big ask. That's an expensive ask. Tailoring treatment plans, though, is so critical because it's literally the guide for the recovery process for the client. That's what we're going to kind of use as our benchmark of, are we making progress? Are we working towards these goals, right? So it's such a critical piece of documentation. And literally all that this is saying that you need to do is just make sure that you talk about these things. So it literally could be just adding questions to your treatment plans. Literally just ask the questions. It's not expecting for you to just magically know this information of the client. It is just saying, hey, we recognize that everyone has to
Yeah, I mean, switch over to private. Be right back. Check the link tree. What's wrong with it? So it's working. Looks like it's working. Oh, it doesn't show up in the link tree. Oh, thank you. You don't have to do that, man. I know you got limited income. I do get a notification for it. I wish I could get a to where it would chime on the screen. The link tree just it doesn't show that stuff. Actually, I need to add that to the link tree though. Is it there? Yeah, there's right there. Yeah, I need to add that. I don't remember what I used to open it with. Oh, I know I do. I know I did. I think it's my Proton. Found it. All right, let's add it. There it is. Buy me a coffee. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Add that to here too, to my link tree. I'll just add it manually. There it is. Buymeacoffee.com/indoctrination.
Sorry, can I grab? Yeah, go ahead. Good. Grab what you need. No, you're fine. Well, I'm invading your space here. No problem. I just integrated it with X as well. I'm trying to crop out this little coffee thing here. What's up? I'm still on Defiance, man. I'm living for a bit. But yeah, I don't. He said that he didn't have our personal financial statements, so I sent them back to him. So I saw. I actually just resubmitted the email I sent before, but I sent it just to him. All right, Blake. Yes.
Brianna Johnson. I've had her try to log into her Teams thing multiple times.
Okay.
Every time she goes to log on there, it comes up saying something along the lines like it hasn't been paid.
That's something that I was going to talk to you about as well. These regular emails that don't have Office with them, after 30 days, they don't work with Teams anymore. Although when they were as a guest, they continue on forever. So
everybody here should be using their Legends stuff.
Right. It is Legends stuff. It is Legends. It is the Legends email. There's 3 different types. There's just a straight email, the Legends email. There's the type with online Office through the browser, and then there's one with the downloadable version of Office. We have all 3 of them that we have. The one that doesn't have Office with it, Legends email, after 30 days won't work with Teams unless we pay a monthly fee for it. I just found this out.
Okay.
Because apparently a bunch of them are happening. It's happening too.
Yes.
So
pretty much all the text.
I'm going to reach out to our GoDaddy rep to find out how much that is, or do we have to upgrade all those basic emails to the online version of Office? Or they could continue using their email in Outlook, but then have to have a guest for Teams. But
no, we're an organization.
Yeah, right. Okay. No, I agree. So let me shoot him a message right now. We'll find out.
Can we get Brianna upgraded just where she has?
Yeah. She's your lead tech, isn't she? Yeah. I think she should have an email, the regular email.
She has an email, but she doesn't.
She doesn't have Office, any version of Office. No. But she didn't get hired as the lead tech. That's why. That's why she's here. Okay. So yeah, I'll just get her upgraded either way. I agree. It's the cost. You see what happened? What I sent to Brent. It's like $9,000 for 3 years. I mean, because if we're gonna buy them, might as well buy them for 3 years because it's a lot cheaper that way. But $9,000. But yeah, I'll get her. What's her last name?
Brianna Johnson.
Brianna Johnson. I'll write it down. Actually, let me just email him right now. I've got him on a quick email for whenever I have to order more packs.
Teams, when they go to communicate on Teams, they've been using there's a facility device. No, it's the nurses do their stuff. That's separate. I'm talking about for the text line.
So reply.
Thank you, Doctor.
No problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I need to.
I will have a resolution for.
This.
What's that? Word on that, sir. I'll never lie to you, Matt. Don't get swept away. You remember.
Let's see.
These are control.
No problem. This is why I wanted to do this here today instead of doing it from home and then. Yes. This is professional. Working with give me a second, I'll switch the video.
Oh no. Last thing, are you? I can go right to corporate with it, but when it comes to cell phones, are people coming to you as like the front door to that? If work phone
To order them, the lady over in Spring Creek is the one that's always ordered them. But I have to set them up to put them in our system to where we can track them if they don't come back.
Okay. So once it's ordered, then we.
And once they come in, I just need to get on them, and I go ahead and put whoever it's assigned to. I put it into our domain system, so it's an enterprise system. So
What's
I can.
The lady at Spring Creek? Who's that? Who's this?
It might have been Moses. I don't know.
I don't know.
Case managers. Corey and Brent knows who it is.
I don't know why he asked me about it that one day. I was like, dude, I've never ordered the phones. They've always come from corporate's always done it.
Yeah, look at me right now. Like, I've gotten them from corporate myself.
Yeah.
And I was like,
But the thing is, the one they have here, I just, because they had a special through Spectrum, and it was free. I was like, yes, send us the phone.
Gotcha.
And that comes off my card. It's like $6 a month.
Sure. Okay.
So, and once we completely switch over into the Spectrum Enterprise, I don't know how that's going to work anymore because it's all going to be in one bill.
Yeah.
All the facilities are going to be in one bill. So right now, they're getting double billed. They're getting billed from the old accounts. I'm like, don't pay the old ones. I said, pay the new ones because that's what we're working on. I say they're like, well, they're saying that you should have canceled it when they installed it. I said, no, they should have canceled it when they installed it. Why should I have to do that?
Yeah, sure.
Why do they had a project manager for that? You know. I mean, I was even on site for most of them because all they had to do is go in and just swap out the modem. Now in Green Springs, they're putting in the fiber, so that's different. They haven't spliced that over yet because their wireless backup system isn't. They can't get it to work right. So, yeah, no problem. All right, let's go to the next video. Yeah, busy. Yeah, their hatch is huge. Ooh, what's this? Oh, I sent that to myself? Jesus Christ. Well, let's see this. All right. All right, let's set this up. All right, back to what I was doing. All right, so complete training. Good, no quiz this time. I'm just gonna play these. Apparently, I was supposed to have done these years ago. I haven't done these. There he is. Hello. Thanks for calling so quick. Sure.
You're going to get the email and then authenticator or text.
Okay. You can send a text.
Okay, sounds
good. Code is 566928.
message soon.
Yep, got it. No, we haven't got it yet.
I can't remember if it's your number or who's on.
Oh, it's on my personal phone. That's okay. I got it. 280832.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. So you were thinking to get Microsoft Teams on just the email essential accounts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the lowest plan that gives you Teams, we would have to go to is the online business essentials. So basically, we would need to upgrade anybody who wants to have that.
Okay. Well, let's start with this one first. This one person, that name I sent you. And then give me a total of how much all the others, because I don't know. I think it was a total of 20 we had to begin with, but we've already upgraded a couple of these, so I don't know how many are left. How much it would be to just upgrade those.
Give you a prorated amount. So for Brianna Johnson, the one we're going to do today, we're going to do business professional without security.
Yeah.
And then we just prorate you based on the expiration. See what that out to. So Brianna has 29 months. So it'd be $352.04 for that upgrade.
Yeah.
I have your American Express if you want to use that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Do you have a preference? There's two on here. I think we used the 1083 card last time.
Yeah, that's the one assigned to me.
Okay. All right, cool.
The other one's a backup.
Backup. Okay. Makes sense. So we'll just upgrade Brianna Johnson's account today. Just got to read out terms and agreements. We're going to accept universal terms, privacy policy, refunds, Microsoft terms of use. Do you agree to those agreements?
Yes.
Renewal policy, I have to read. Products will renew automatically. You can cancel anytime.
That was the executive director.
Automatic renewal bills your payment on file or backup payment method until canceled. Do I have your permission to complete purchase with automatic renewal?
You do.
Yeah, okay. And then basically we just want to get everybody up to speed so they have Teams. And I'll send you a prorated price for that.
Okay.
And unless they need the desktop apps, we can just do the online business plan without security. So keeps costs a little bit lower if you don't need the online.
Right now, most of them don't have their assigned laptops or anything, so they don't need to download the Office. So.
They don't need to download, is that correct?
Yeah. So yeah, the online would be perfect. Yeah, the online would be perfect for them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me actually give just another minute. Let me send you that email so I don't get another
Okay.
phone call.
It's kind of like it's a little bit east. So you got Cleveland up here by the lake.
Are they going to have to like reset their account, or are they going to get an email saying like start?
They don't have to reset anything.
They just have to attempt to just go to office.com and log in using the email address, or log out and back into Teams.
Yep, that's it. Just basically log out, log back in.
Okay.
So with this upgrade, they could do the downloaded copy of Teams.
Yeah.
Even at the lower plan.
Yeah.
Just not the other Microsoft app.
Right.
You're correct. Just sign out, sign back in after maybe like an hour of propagation.
Yeah.
They should have what they need.
I mean, this would be for not just the ones that are assigned to the email essentials, but also the ones we have on board. I think we have a few left there. Let me see.
Yeah, I think there's like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So I'll include. I'm including those in the would be upgraded. Let's calculate this. Okay, so there's 24 emails. Most of them have 29 months on them. So then that upgrade would come out to $3,825. I'll email you that so you have it in writing if you need to track it.
You know what? If that's what it's going to be, go ahead and see if you can get it on my card. 'Cause I just had the executive director tell me to make this happen. So.
Okay, cool. We can just get that done. Yeah, so I'll use that same card, 1083, and then this upgrades all the email essentials, 24 accounts, including those available ones. Terms and conditions I have to read off again. Universal terms of service agreement, privacy policy, refunds, Microsoft 365 terms of use. Do you agree to those agreements?
Yes.
Thank you. Renewal policy again. Products are renewed automatically. You can cancel anytime. The renewal is the billing page. Automatic renewal bills payment on file or backup payment method until canceled. Total with tax $3,825.88. Do I have your permission to complete purchase with automatic renewal?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so usually the upgrade takes like an hour or two.
That's fine. He already left. I'll email him and tell him to the staff to in the morning to try and log into it. So.
Okay. If you have any issues, let me know. You can reach out. I can do troubleshooting with you. I'm thinking it should be no issues. Easy. Just sign in and they're good to go. Looks like your payment went through successfully, so everything looks good on my side.
Yeah, I just got the receipt. Thank you.
Thanks for reaching out, Doc. Let me know if you need anything else. I'm here for you Monday through Friday.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay. Well, this one is not a video, so is it pixelizing for you? It's for me. Hang on. Let's go to a different one here. Abuse, neglect, trauma, and exploitation. Let's try that. Ooh, video, sweet. Be right back. I'm gonna go talk to the boss. All right, where was I? Is this interesting? No problem. Got it. I'll get her set up. All right. And 10 different things at once here.
It's probably been done.
All right, keep screwing this up. Oh. All right. Sorry, doing 10 things at once here. I'm actually doing my training and I'm showing you guys my training. I'm the only
only employee that hadn't had to do this before. They're saying that it doesn't matter what your role is, though, at this company. They, even if you don't have client contact, you got to do it. I'll move to something else, but she just emailed me back. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Can you help me set this up?
Sure.
I got logged in and it's saying I have to install this to go further.
Yep. It's an authenticator. It's like the 2FA.
Okay. So
You
I
just
will go
click
to
next.
Google Store. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it'll take you there. Sorry, brother. Yeah, no problem.
Huh? Kind of. That's the one you just sent me, right?
First initial last name at legendsrcoh.com.
That took me back to here.
And it should have sent you a temporary password.
I changed that already.
Okay, super. You'd be surprised how many people I'll go months later and can log right into their email. Next. Activating. Edit. Somehow you have two of them here. Oh well. Cool. Is that the one we just did?
Yeah. No. Oh, maybe that's the same email address.
Yes. They're the same. Okay. So where were we? Yep. I'm gonna hit 25. Oh, shit. Looks like it's two.
Same.
There we go. And it'll let you choose what do you want to do for you use for your 2FA there. You just want to use your password or have it send you a text or use that authenticator.
Okay. And then I download Teams and I log in with that email
Yep.
on Teams.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, wait, while I have you here, let me find out which teams you. I'm gonna add you to the page. So you're going to be in the company one. That's just Legends Recovery Center. So you'll see stuff for other facilities on that one.
Okay.
But that has if you drop it down, there's a hidden one that says Tech. That's if you need something for me, that's now you have my work to do too. So, but all right, I'll put you in all staff. Go down to Defiance. Let's see, we got scheduled admissions, AMA discharge, discharges, disciplines, general, supplies. If there's something you notice that needs to be ordered, you just throw it into that team. Text, all Defiance, all staff. And then maintenance. If you want to reach out to maintenance, they have a team too. Fresh. Okay, there'll be quite a few now.
Perfect. There we go.
Yeah, should have 12 different teams.
AMA, supplies, general, admin, district. Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, there's 7 people here. Everybody's pretty quiet. All right, now I gotta figure out how to get this camera working. Well, how much longer in this film? 12 more minutes.
Sweet. Sweet. Still working. Okay, this is up to work right now. Yeah, sure. I'll reflect my shirt. Okay. Back out. Yeah, I'm not. I don't have set hours. I gotta go to Costco after this. Run out of dog food and shit. There was another one I needed to add. Is that it? Thank you. Okay, sweet. All right. Complete training. Fucking questions. I should have paid attention. All right. Any compliant observation or of course. Most of these are common sense, though. I don't think we do animal or phone. All the above. Sexual abuse. All right, I've got a couple more to go. Let's go to something else. Left. Just the HIPAA stuff. $3,356. What? Oh. Hmm. It's not working. All right, I'll be right back. We'll get to 60 minutes. You're gonna hook this camera up. One. Today's it's this Friday. All right, I got another one to do here. Cool. Done. All right, what time? Let's take 3.5 hours here. We're going to go ahead and kill it. Oh, actually, let's switch it over to premium.